Hello, what's up? Happy Friday or Saturday if you're in, is it Saturday in Australia? Or Saturday if you're in Australia, probably. All right, I need to redeem myself for the botched landing at the end of the super long stream on Tuesday. So just gonna stick with the normal, do a couple on-air flights and not do a 7 or 8 hour stream and forget to eat food. So gonna keep it short this time. Hey Andy, hey Mike, hey Noir, what's up? Yeah, I got the analog caravan going again. We'll see how this works. I haven't used well, I tried to use the 530 yesterday and it wasn't very good. I was having a bunch of problems yesterday. I was having problems with the, 2 days ago. I was having problems with the G1000. I was having problems with the 530. I was having a lot of problems with pilot to ATC. So what I did yesterday was reinstall all of Microsoft Flight Simulator from scratch. I completely deleted it and reinstalled everything. It took a while, but hopefully it's worth it. And I think I have all of my settings all dialed in again. Hey Sage, what's up Chris? Kevin, how's it going? Yeah, so we'll see how we do today. Hopefully hopefully better than last time. I mean, Tuesday was fine. The only issue was just at the end of the flight, the end of the stream, obviously. I had some issues. And I don't know. I think I'm not sure if I'm totally done with pilot to ATC yet, but I'm gonna try Pro ATC again. And just I'm gonna pretend to be a UPS flight this time. I got a livery to match it so we can pretend to be a cargo flight. Something about Pro ATC is it forces you to use like an airliner call sign, or like a commercial call sign. So you can pick whatever actual commercial airliners are in the database or add your own. They have a huge list of what you can what you can use. So I just picked UPS for today. Hopefully they don't come after me for having a livery on a stream. I don't know how it works exactly, but. And then, so that flight that I did not finish, I have to redo. So I have the same job. So I'm basically one airport in the past because the rest of you landed properly. So here I'm still at Waybush or Wabush. And then the mission that I had loaded actually had like 9 passengers, I think. But there's something with OnAir where it thinks the analog caravan and the grand caravan, like the stock one with the G1000, are considered different planes. So what it did was it swapped me to one just called 208B Grand Caravan instead of Grand Caravan EX, which is the one that's in Microsoft Flight Simulator. So it's just a slightly different model, so it has different capabilities, different payload limitations and things like that. So it's not compatible with the current mission. Well, it kind of is. I can take partial cargo, I guess, but I don't think I can take all the passengers. Yeah, so here... So we're supposed to take... Oh, this person wants a business seat, and I only have eco seats. I think what I did before was set it to 9 first class seats. But how the analog caravan, I think it lets you do 14 eco seats. So we will see. Hey Howard, what's up? Hey Sonic. I'm not sure, Howard. We're going east from here in Newfoundland, so I'm not sure where Halifax is. I'm an American, so I know nothing about geography, so forgive me. But if that's east of the western part of Newfoundland, then we're going towards Halifax. Hey Sean, hey Thorn. Oh, you're firing yours up? Awesome. Yeah, I'm on USA West as usual. I did do a flight earlier with Pro ATC to try it out again. And I think my strategy is going to be to not use the speech recognition at all. That seems to be better. It's just more consistent that way. And with pilot to ATC, you don't really have an easy way to just tell the AI to just talk for you. You can like set it up automatically, but because it has so many commands you can send, it's a little more complicated. So, oh, Newfoundland, Newfoundland. I'm sure I'll say everything wrong. Sorry. And yeah, so what's nice about Pro ATC, at least the voices aren't as good, but it does have the ability to set like 2 shortcuts and use those and pretty much cover the entire flight. So you just have one shortcut that's basically like contact the controller for the first time. The other one is just to acknowledge their commands. So I set both of those on my stick. So I have my trigger finger as the confirm one. You just reply to them. And then on my thumb, I have very limited buttons on the TCA side stick that I use, but the Airbus side stick. But I changed one of the thumbs from Smart Cam to be the second response. So, you know, you could always use your mouse buttons or whatever else is convenient. But for me, that's what I used. Hey, Storm, what's up? Approach mode's not working in the Cessna in your sim using a mod for the flight model. Yeah, I would say, yeah, that's like the likely culprit, right? Is anything that's messing with an autopilot or the avionics. And we'll see. Mine might be messed up right now. I don't know. I did make sure to not install the GTN 750 yet. Though on Tuesday, somebody in chat said that was patched. I'm not sure. The dev of that PSM, he also, I think it's a he, or they did a update to the 530, 430 mod. So I did install that for this stream for now. So we'll see how that works. But no 750 today. Wanted to get back into the analog world a little bit. All right, I'm not sure what I'm going to do here with this job. Actually, I'm going to cancel this job and find a new one. Hopefully we'll see if it's to the same airport. If not, do the sim brief thing and everything. Sonic Man says I had to delete everything. Yeah, I did that yesterday. I don't know that I had to do it, but I chose to do it. Maybe it was just out of frustration, and everything that happened at the end of the stream on Tuesday was totally my fault, which is a very real possibility. But yeah, after that, I was just like, all right, I'm redoing everything. I had it download overnight. So I had the sim open, and then I went to bed. And then when I woke up, I did all the content manager installations first thing. And then after that, I did all my community mods. So it's not too bad. It's, you know, mattering your internet speed, it could just take forever. So yeah. Howard says Hurricane Fiona's moving through Nova Scotia. Oh, at this house. Oh, that's where Halifax is. I wonder if we'll see any of it from here. I don't know how close we are. You might make for a fun flight. Oh, okay. Fun. It might make for another. I mean, I like the idea of that, Howard, but at the same time, on Tuesday, I failed my last landing and crashed trying to do a really long landing. I wonder if we can see it from here. I have to figure out which direction is like southeast, but maybe that's not the best idea to fly towards a hurricane. If I actually want to land, I don't know. Maybe that could be hilarious. We'll see. It might hit Florida next week. Oh, a different hurricane? South of Newfoundland. Well, there was another hurricane that, or I don't know if it was a tropical storm or what, that knocked out all the power in Puerto Rico a couple days ago, right? So I haven't been following that too much. I just like to play a pilot on the internet. So for me, weather is not as top of mind as a lot of you who have either been simming for a long time or who actually have some, you know, real flying experience. Are you going to try DLSS? That's a good idea if you're flying something without a glass cockpit too. I'm not sure how blurry these screens will be, but the main known issue with DLSS with avionics is just that the LCD screens can be very blurry looking. So you have to zoom in like really close to see them. But if you're on like a 2000 series NVIDIA card or something, it's definitely going to help you to use DLSS. Or if, let's see, if your CPU is... Actually, what is the formula? Is it if your CPU is weaker? I think the CPU is probably just totally separate. But in general, like, I know... yeah, like I'm CPU limited, I think. even though I have a 3080. So I'm probably maxed out as much as I can get frames wise. Thorn has an RTX 3070, isn't too much overhead. Yeah, you'll have to test it, but I'm not sure how much improvement you'll get. I have a 3080 and I don't get too much of a change. But then again, we are waiting for the DX12 and the DLSS improvements in the next GeForce or the next NVIDIA driver. So we'll see what those do. Hey, Jimmy. Good to see you. All right, let me stop blabbering here. So I'm going to go... Well, first I'm going to switch the song. It's so hard to find good copyright-free music. It's not bad, but sometimes it gets a little cheesy. First I'm going to cancel the current job that I'm on and then find a new one. Yeah, if we fly to the southeast a little... maybe that'll be fun. All right, let me cancel my pending job. Oh, looks like I have a bunch of pending jobs here from flights past. Just going to abandon all of these. Just clean up the whole list. Probably had some money to pay for holding on to those jobs for too long. Tempted to fly the Dark Star. Hey, who's going to stop you? 7-hour stream. I know. And it showed by the end of it that I was super tired because I just forced the plane down and just ended the stream. Basically, I was just like, I was so beat. I got the virtual get there-itis. But it was great. I mean, it was great. There were a bunch of people flying along, so it motivated me to keep going. We had a good time. The P66 Porter, yeah, there are two different models of that one. One of them has a 530 in it, I think. Maybe a 5 and a 430. Might just be a 530, and the other one has a G1000. So mattering which model you pick will determine your avionics. I think the one that has more letters on the end of it that doesn't just say PC6 Porter, but then says something else, I think that's the one with the G1000. So the one with a shorter name, I'm pretty sure is the analog version. All right, so yeah, we do have, where is Halifax actually? If it's there's a major airport there, I would assume it's on the map here. Show aircraft. Oh yeah, it would be over this way, right? So we're still in Montreal, or sorry, in Quebec right now. So the last flight we took did fly us, I think it was right up here, right over the border into Newfoundland. Kodiak, yep, always a good choice. Hey Ian, what's up? Short visit. Oh, it's late where you are. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I tend to do, on weekends I usually do them a little earlier, like 4 or 5 hours earlier than now. But since it's a Friday, it's like a post-work day stream instead. I haven't flown the Porter for a while. Oh, G950. Yeah, I think that's the G1000 version. I don't know what G950 means, though. Try the analog version. Hand formation flying it. All right. Down and to the right. Oh, hey, Rob. What's up? From Australia. Awesome. Well, welcome. Yeah, last time, did we try to fly to Goose Bay last time? Oh, I think I tried to fly over here. Yeah, this is where we tried to go last time, was Goose Bay. I forget we flew north for... No, yeah, it was Goose Bay last time. I wanted to get over to the coast just to give us some more scenery to look at. I mean, I know there are a lot of little lakes and rivers and bodies of water all throughout this area, so we do have some pretty good visuals here. We'll see what ATC gives us. Yeah, CYWK is where we're at right now. Waybush or Wabush. Charlie Yankee Whiskey Kilo. Put that in the chat too. And then, yeah, I think, let's see. Hey, Bob, what's up? All right, so let me just sort by pay, just do the ones at this airport. It's funny, so I think someone in the chat said this a few times ago. They're like, why don't you just click the airport you want to go to in the map? And I never did that. When you click it, it just, you know, automatically filters the list. I don't know. I feel like dumb for not using it that way before. But that's, yeah, makes a lot of sense. And then I can pick something that's more profitable. So this one right here, I mean, it doesn't, this column doesn't apply in this case, but this is like a value per distance. So how many credits per thousand pounds per nautical mile or something. So gives you like the most high earning per mile job. Fire up ATC. Yep, I got it ready to go. I'll add the flight once we do the sim brief. Pro ATC is nice, and actually I can't even show it on the stream. That's one of the downsides to it. For me to show it on stream, I would have to use like monitor capture mode, which is really a little shady and kind of annoying, especially when I have an ultra wide and the stream's not an ultra wide. So unfortunately, you guys won't see me using it. But you'll, you know, hearing what's happening is the most important thing anyway. But what's nice about it is that, oh, I'm clipped into a car. What's nice about Pro ATC is that it lets you import your latest sim brief plan, just like other things do, like, you know, Navigraph and things like that. So that's at least a nice part about it. And yeah, you guys can be the judge. We'll see if I have many issues with it or not. I did re-import the AirAC cycle again, so it's up to date. And I did that for pilot to ATC as well for the last stream, but it was giving us really weird directions. So, and giving us arrivals and departures that don't exist. So we'll see how it goes here. Oh, you put the screenshot on Discord? Oh, I don't have an easy way to share it on the stream. I should set that up at some point. Oh, nice. Yeah, there's just a van straight inside the in the hull here. Wonderful. All right, let's accept this job. I'm just going to take one job for now. We'll see how our fuel is. I think I have a lot of fuel loaded up. Oh, no, I just switched the plane. So, oh, yeah, there is a lot of fuel loaded up already. So our capacity, our payload capacity is probably pretty low. Okay, so we're not overweight. We still have 1,400 pounds available with 75% fuel. So we have almost 1,700 pounds of fuel. So let's see if I'm going to go to SimBrief and then we'll get a new, we'll just edit this flight. We'll get a new fuel calculation here to see what we're dealing with, see how much extra payload we may have available to load up with another job here. All right, Goose Bay, CYYR. Oh, that is what I had in here. So that makes sense. Right, and this is actually the same route we took on Tuesday that I failed at the end. YWK to Petro to YYR. How long is this flight? How many miles is this? 233 miles. And, oh, I did put in 0.2 pounds for the weight. So let's say this 829 pounds to tons, 0.414. So let's put 0.5 in here just to be overly cautious. Always round up on this kind of stuff to be safe. And let's see the block fuel calculation here for this one. If I'm heading for Greenland, CYWK is common jumping off point. Oh, is it really? Awesome. Cool. That's where we're going. All right, 1715 for block fuel. So we had a little less than that loaded already. So it'll give us like at least 800 pounds extra that we could load up if I want to grab a second job here. Obviously, the fuel needs will go up as we add weight. Oh, I didn't load it there. Yeah, okay, there. So still, it says we have 1,300, almost 1,400 pounds available still. So this little tiny icon here is a shortcut to find similar jobs. So it should basically bring us back to that screen we were just looking at, where it just shows jobs to that airport. So I'll find one that has, we can take 1,400. I'll find one with less than 1,000. Oh, why are there so many more? All right, we'll just pick based on pay. This is a ton of passengers. I don't have the seating for that. I only have economy seats. That's 2,700 pounds of cargo. Can't do that. Here's one for 400 more pounds. How about... Oh, the 400-pound one is fragile. Oh, no, it's not. Wow, why is this one... Oh, it's passengers and cargo. That's why. Here's 900 pounds of cargo. Fragile cargo to the same spot. Let's try to add 900 pounds and see if, with the additional fuel change, we'll see how much, if we're at our limits or not. All right, so 493 pounds available, but that puts us at a total payload here of 1,798 pounds. So 1,800 pounds to tons. 0.9. So I'm going to go back here, edit the flight, put in 0.9 tons for our cargo and see how much that changes the fuel. Probably won't be by that much. Hey, everything. Yeah, you said that last time. It's awesome. I'm glad it's still working well for you. That update 10 is great on Series X. Awesome. All right, we're at 1724. Was that the exact same amount as before? I'm not sure if that's the same amount, but we have enough to put 1724, I think. Yeah, there's 1735 with 400 pounds to spare. So we're all good. We're taking almost a ton. Taking 1,800 pounds, so it's almost a ton of cargo. All right, so I'm going to validate that. All right, while that's loading up, let's look at our winds really quickly. Positive wind component of 6 knots, so we'll get a little bit of a push. Here's our full route. I'll paste this in the chat. And then... there's only me as the pilot. I think OnAir Company loads 190 pounds for the humans. And then down here in our weather, departure 29907, broken clouds at 3,000 feet, 9 knot winds at a 320. So it recommended, it estimated runway 36 for our departure. And 5 degrees Celsius, so we should take off with pitot heat, I guess, or turn on right after taking off. I don't know the procedure in reality, but I assume that we would just turn pitot heat on once the engines, once we're lining up, basically. And then our destination, clouds at 2,400 feet. Few clouds at 24, few clouds at 48, few clouds are broken at 6,000, overcast at 26,000. So we'll have a decent amount of clouds on our arrival, so hopefully we get a cool instrument approach. But, still 2,400 feet, that's, all these are in AGL. So 2,400 feet above the ground coming out of the clouds, we'll probably be able to do a visual that low out in the airport. Hey, Bombasso, notice there's a replay option in update 10. I haven't tried it since it was first introduced, but yeah, you can turn on, if you go into, I think it's the experimental options here, down here, and turn on the replay tool right here and apply it. And then when you go up to your toolbar, it'll show up right up here. So there's a whole built-in recording and replay tool. It's a little confusing. I haven't tried it since it was first made. But yeah, there is something built in now. Apparently this is the tool that the Microsoft Flight Sim team actually uses when they're making videos and stuff like that. I think they said it was an internal tool, and now they're just giving it, to us to use. And if for some reason, if you, in your top toolbar up here, if something doesn't show up, but you think it should be, go to this little cog wheel here and scroll through and make sure that it's turned on. So like the replay camera, for example, it may be hidden when you first turn it on. Just make sure you turn it on here. You can see I have some things hidden here, like basic controls and nav log and objectives, travel to. You can hide and show things here that you don't use if they're just getting in your way. But yeah, that is available. Haven't really played with it myself, not for a long time at least. Any clouds? And I am dead. That is a doornail. Wait, you're doing it VFR? Do you not have it? Well, do you have, I mean, you have instruments. You just mean you don't have GPS, right? Okay, it's all loaded here, so I'm gonna dial back -8 hours to be safe on the time of day. I do not want to fly at night again. All right, everything checks out here, so I'm gonna start the tracking. You can see it change the time of day and weight the plane down. You could probably barely see that at the edges, but I saw it a bit more prominently. All right, so this is all weighed down now. Parking brake is on. Let's get the battery on. Strobe is on already. We'll go battery, avionics 1. And then prop full forward. Completely hand flown. Oh, no autopilot either. Sounds horrible. Biscuits. This is the analog. Oh, maybe you're talking to Thorn. Thorn's, yeah, in the Porter. And I'm in the analog Grand Caravan. This one's Payware. I think you were talking to him. Awkward. Okay. All right, this is on avionics 1. All right, so let me get this started. Fuel pump on and starter on. Oops, I forgot the fuel tanks. I always do that. All right, introducing fuel. Low idle. ITT's rising and falling. Got up to almost 10,000. Its power level was almost 10,000. All right, fuel boost off. Let's do standby power on, and we'll check the alternator. I'll turn avionics 2 on. Okay, alternator is good. Generator is good. Battery is charging. Leave it on generator. Cabin temp is low, so I'm going to turn the heat on already. Put the flaps down so I don't forget for takeoff. Lead air heat on, and my temperature is set to the top here. We also have AC in this thing if we need it over here, but I have that off right now. And then this is our inside air temperature. 42 Fahrenheit is pretty chilly. All right, let's get this on standby. Let's turn our radar on standby so we don't fry anybody. And then here I usually put this on outside air temperature. All right, great. Nav light is on as well. And for runway, it said that our runway is most likely going to be 36, so I'm just going to set that up here. Straight north. All right, so our sim brief plan is in here. I can't import this, so I'm going to have to go through and put this in manually on the 530. And then I can import it automatically into Pro ATC, which is what I'm using today. All right, CYWK. All right, there's Wabush or Waybush. Does anyone know how to say that? Is it Wabush or Waybush? Then we're going direct to this same VOR, which is YWK. Wabush, Waybush. Direct Pecro. Papa Echo Kilo Romeo Oscar. And I constantly use the trick of holding shift whenever I'm rolling any of the dials. So if you're on keyboard, holding shift like doubles the speed. Oh, it's Wabush? Okay, cool. I don't want to sound any dumber than I already sound, so by pronouncing names. Trying to say names of Canadian cities and provinces and doing it incorrectly. All right, then we're direct YYR, Yankee Yankee Romeo, double Yankee Romeo. Holding shift and then letting go of shift. I'm just constantly doing that. All right, there's Goose Bay VOR, and then to Goose Bay, which is Charlie Yankee Yankee Romeo. Supposedly it's Charlie Yankee Yankee Romeo. There we go, got it. Cool. I was worried we had a uh-oh. Whoa, whoa. That was weird. All right, kind of lagged a little bit. It's kind of still lagging. It didn't put the waypoint in. The VL3 only has the old G1000. Oh, Thorn, download the NXI from the marketplace. So the NXI in the marketplace, for anyone else that's using the G1000, third-party planes will not have the working title G1000. It'll only have it by default in planes that have implemented it. So third-party planes that haven't been updated yet, you can force them onto the NXI by just downloading the NXI from the marketplace. The NXI in the marketplace now basically just tells third-party planes, hey, load the built-in NXI that's in the sim now. It just points to it instead of actually being the whole like software package for the NXI. Standby power. So this is part of the checklist. So I think this is if the generator fails, that the alternator will be used to power for the electrical power instead. So it says standby alternator power. So yeah, part of the checklist was to turn that on, and then you can check it here on the analog Caravan by changing the voltmeter here from, you're supposed to check all of these. So we have our battery, which is now charging because the engine started and the alternator is going. Then we have the alternator, which is also negative, and then the generator, which is positive draw. So my understanding is, yeah, that if the generator trips or fails for some reason, it'll use the alternator to supply power instead of only being used to charge the battery, I guess. But I'm a total newbie at electronics and how this actually works, how the like the flow of battery power and, you know, where the actual electrical power comes from. So somebody smart in chat can clarify, but that's my understanding. And then here on the generator, this switch right here lets you, so if I trip this, so if I change over here to alternator, you can see that it's negative. If I trip with this switch, you see that the alternator now has a positive draw. And if I switch to generator, it's now 0 or a little below 0. So now the alternator, I guess, is being used to power the avionics and all the electrical components. And then if we hit reset, then it goes back to using the generator. Now the alternator is at a negative. So that's one of like the fail safes for the electrical power. So it looks like the last waypoint didn't get put in here. Let me try this one again. CYWK. Wait, there's no wait. It is CYYK, right? CYYR, whoops. For some reason, it takes a while to find it. I hit enter, taking a while. It doesn't like that waypoint. Oh, there it goes. All right, we got it. Second time. Yeah, weird. There's a little bit of a lag, and it could be because I'm using Navigraph data, so your mileage may vary. I've heard that in general, Microsoft Flight Sim's database for all the waypoints and everything is more reliable for the United States than it is elsewhere in the world. So generally, if you want a better database, Navigraph's the way to go. But if you're flying in the US, supposedly the coverage of all of this data in the US is much better. I'm sure it has to do with, you know, just what data Asobo was able to get and put into the sim. I know they're always updating it, but yeah, supposedly that's better. All right, so our flight plan is in. If I hit V on check our map here, just to zoom out to make sure. This is a very boring route here. We're just going straight east. Just like last stream, except maybe I'll land it this time. All right, I'm gonna turn my strobe on, and the last thing I'm gonna do is go to Pro ATC. And unfortunately, you guys can't see me do this because of, pretty much just because of how my streaming software works, but for some reason, like Pro ATC is in its own kind of floating window system that it uses, so I can't share it easily on the stream, which is kind of a bummer, but you know, I'm importing my flight plan. It's similar to what we saw with Pro ATC on Tuesday. It has its own little map, has its own planning area. I'm gonna put in UPS 22 as my flight number, and I chose the Caravan so it knows the limitations for this plane. So it knows like what class aircraft we are. And it's already got our departure and arrival in, and then it's got automatic parking spots. So I'll leave that alone. And then it's giving me an option for our cruising level here, and it's recommending flight level 210. We want to go that high though. It is a pretty long flight, so it would be smart for us to go higher. Especially with all the cargo we have, and just to make sure our fuel is right. All right, and then, okay, I just hit save here, and now I start the flight. So what I'm going to use is, I'm not going to use any of the voice recognition things in this, for this, using Pro ATC. It has it, but it just can be such a pain, so I'm just not going to use it at all. I'm just going to use a few shortcuts to automatically have the computer say it for us. All right, 128125 is ATIS.
Whiskey, Kilo, Airport, Information, Bravo, 0000, Zoo, Wind Tree, 10 at 13, Visibility 20, Sky Condition, Ceiling Tree, 1200, Broken, 4, Dew Point 0, Altimeter 29, 79, ILS, Runway Tree, 6, Use, Landing and Departing ILS, Runway Tree, 6, VFR aircraft say direction of flight. All aircraft read back hold short instructions. Advise controller on initial contact. You have Bravo, Charlie,
I think he said Bravo. It's like a little garbled. Sounded like he said Bravo. Something that's cool is when you use one like this, like when you use like a third-party ATC, sometimes like these still work. Like I could use the ATIS frequency here to tune in, as long as it's the same frequency. And in this case, oh, it's not working. I literally did this my last flight before I started the stream. I was using the ATC window to just easily change my frequency by clicking. But what's weird is, oh, it didn't recognize it.
Airport information. Bravo, 0000.
Interesting. So let me try again. If I click ATIS here. Wow, okay. So if I click ATIS, it doesn't recognize it, but then if I swap to that frequency, it does. All right. Weird. I guess I'm wrong. I swear I just did that the last flight. All right, so that's our ATIS. We have our call sign as UPS 22, but I don't think we have a center controller to tune into. So with pilot to ATC, this worked for us because it gave me a center controller to tune into. It told me what frequency to use. But here, I don't know. So we'll see what info we can get from Navigraph. Load the flight plan. If you use the toolbar version of Navigraph, you can auto load your flight plan that's programmed in your in-plane avionics if you have GPS, so it's always nice. So yeah, we have radio. Oh, we have clearance delivery right here, 1226. And then there's a Montreal frequency. Let me see if it'll work with 1226. And if that doesn't work for a clearance, then we'll try Montreal. 126.6. Something with my mouse, like when I use the mouse wheel quickly, I accidentally press the button, even though it doesn't make a click sound. So you need to have a lighter touch, I guess. I'm floating now, Thorn. Sweet. All right, let me see if this works.
Clearance delivery, UPS 22.
Whoa, what the?
Parking position is Terminal 1, parking position 41 with the ATIS request clearance.
UPS 22, roger, runway 36, cleared, CYWK is filed. Fly runway heading, climb and maintain 12,000. Expect flight level 210, departure on 120.8. Transponder is 7234, altimeter 29.79.
2979. All right, I would normally read that back. We're clear to CYYR, runway 36, fly runway heading, climb maintain 12,000, and then we're gonna expect flight level 120. Departure frequency 120.8, squawk 7234, and altimeter is 2979 for UPS 22. So I'm just gonna hit a button and it'll say that back for us. So I don't have to worry about any syntax
Runway heading, climb into 12,000,
errors, all that stuff.
flight level 210, then 10 minutes after departure. Departure frequency 120.8, squawk 7234, altimeter
let's set this stuff up.
29.79, UPS 22.
UPS 22, readback correct. Contact ground on 125.7.
All right, 125.7. I just pulled my trigger on my joystick. All right, we're toasty 73 degrees in here now. Feels good. All right, and on Barrow, I'm going to change this over to inches of mercury, and we're going to update this 2979. Doesn't work. Uh-oh, something's broken. Let me hit B on my keyboard. Okay. B on my keyboard also doesn't work. Interesting. Okay, it changes this, but it's not letting me change. Oh, this isn't good. It's not letting me change the altimeter setting on the cap 140. That's not great because it's gonna not take us to the right altitude. So what I'll have to do is when we level off, basically I'm gonna have to look at this to know what altitude we're at. The auto, of course I'll look at this, but the autopilot is not gonna think we're at the same altitude that this altimeter reads. So we're gonna be higher or lower. So I'll probably need to adjust 100 feet up or down or 500 feet up or down. So my primary altimeter reads the correct altitude. So there is something wrong with this, it looks like. And hopefully the whole autopilot isn't broken. It seems to be working. Let me see if I can turn it off. Okay, it disabled when I was using the control surfaces, so that's good. All right, so we're gonna climb to 12,000 first. And then he said to fly runway heading. So we go ahead on the airport info. We can quickly check the actual magnetic runway heading for 36. Right down here is actually 359. Not sure I'll be able to tune that in perfectly here. It's probably right around there. Anyway, it's only 1 degree difference, not a huge deal. And there's a windsock along the way, so we can confirm that the weather's good for that runway. There's one right in front of us, too. So it looks like we're going to turn around here and take taxiway Charlie all the way down to 36. But we'll see what weird taxiway names and letters they come up with on ATC. All right, and then our departure frequency is going to be 120.8. I'm not going to put that in just yet because we have to change over to tower once we get here. Actually, what I could do is I'll just put 2 of them in for now. I'll put 125.7. That's our ground frequency, so we need to get our taxi permission. This is pretty much it's a fake frequency because this is not a towered airport. There's no ground controller. But as far as Pro ATC is concerned, that's what we're going to use. So might as well use it. We get like we like services on the ground here, even though we wouldn't normally. I guess with VATSIM you get services, right? Since it does a top-down thing. All right, then 120.8 here for just putting that in for our departure frequency. And then when I go to tower, I'm basically going to do a double swap. I'm going to swap to the departure frequency, put the tower in standby, then swap against, just to remember 120.8. Keep that in so we can swap to it easily later. And we got no departure instructions other than climb on runway heading and 12,000, climb to 12,000. So we're just going to do that. All right, pitot heat is on, and we're going to make a hard left here, turn around, parking brakes off. Now, something in the analog Grand Caravan I have to remember is that, oh yeah, Mike, yeah, it does allow for failures, yeah. Actually, by default, the failures are set to be on a schedule. The vacuum system is the first thing that fails. And what you can do is, and it's set on real-time hours by default. So here on the weather radar screen, what you can do is turn this to the top 2 settings. This nav and log setting are for the analog Caravan systems. So you have engine repair stuff, you have resetting failures. So if you do break the engine by how I've done it, I took it down to, I accidentally did it on a flight off stream. I got it down to like 60% by leaving my throttle maxed. So that was putting me way over the red line here and just wrecking the engine. I need to make sure not to do that this time. And then on the top setting here, log, this shows you this setting for the global failures. So this is based in real time. So actual, real time that the plane has started, that you're in the sim. You can use these buttons on the left and right to make that faster. You can do like 2x, 4x, 16x real time to just have that clock go faster. It's set to random by default. But then down here, they have like these general hours for failures. So this is for random. So they'll randomly be possible after this many hours is I think how it works. So the vacuum system could fail after 600 flight hours. I mean, it's gonna take forever. So in that case, like if you want to experience failures, you could just take this and bump it up to like a much higher than real time value to get to those failure scenarios. Or you can do scheduled. I haven't played with that yet. You can also see when there are failures, it'll show you a list of what the failures are. So it can kind of help you. Wait, what? Hey. Oh no. Reset failures. Repair engine. Reset all failures. I don't want to deal with that right now. One thing at a time. Okay, thank you. 600 hours, huh? All right. Anyway, yeah, so that's pretty cool. I know that like the 310 does that kind of stuff too. Does the Chancellor do that too? Do they have like failures as well? Oh, and another thing is OnAir Company, it can introduce failures into any plane. So it'll like fail your instruments as well. Hey, Oliver, what's up? The legend. Yeah, right. I see what you're doing there. You're trying to make me feel good about my crash on Tuesday. Wait, was that yesterday or Tuesday? That was Tuesday, right? I'm pretty sure that was Tuesday. Yeah, because yesterday I was reinstalling. Man, I just don't know what day it is now. All right, let's continue taxiing. So let's take... Oh, actually, I need to ask them to taxi, so I'm going to hit that button now.
22. Request startup and
We're just going to start anyway. Oh, yeah, you have to do startup and pushback even if you're a little plane. It's just because Pro ATC is meant to be used with
UPS 22.
meant to be used with airliners, or at least commercial flights, so.
Ground UPS 22. Request taxi.
UPS 22. Taxi via to runway 36.
Taxi via nothing to runway 36.
Via runway 36. UPS
See,
22.
like, that's an example of something I wouldn't know how to reply, right? To just say taxi via to runway 36. Like, I wouldn't have known to say that. I would have messed up. I would have not said the word to, and it probably would have not taken me or not had the response count. So, but anyway, we'll see how it goes. Hey Nictus, how's it going? Welcome. Caravan should have a secondary vacuum pump. It probably does. I haven't learned about this system yet. Probably should, but this is the analog Caravan, so I'm not sure how different these systems are from the G1000 model Caravan. See how it goes. Yeah, I don't need a failure right now, please. All right, so we're gonna taxi to 36, and our instructions are just to take off with runway heading. So we'll do that. Climb to 2,000 feet, 12,000 feet. And I got assigned squawk as 7234, so we're squawking that. Altitude reporting mode, that's in. Our cabin temperature is good. We're up to 74. The heat is still on. Pitot heat is on because outside air temperature is like 5. Dropped to 4 now. Okay, the G1000 won't have a vacuum. Good point. Good point. Does Volanta work for Xbox? I don't think so. No, pretty much none of the PC mods will, things with sim tracking that integrate with your position, your lat long and speed, and all that data that comes in from the sim. As far as I know, nothing does, but they unlocked like WebAssembly or something like WASM. They unlocked a tech, I think that came with this update, Sim Update 10 for the developers. I mean, I'm hoping, I don't know if that unlocks it for Xbox yet. I think it's like a security thing. So, as far as I know, like, unless it's in the marketplace, it's not going to integrate with the sim. Or unless it's like its own app on Xbox, like how Discord runs in the background. So I'm not sure. Are there any websites you could use to log your flights? Somebody on Tuesday said that, I don't know if they said that they do this themselves. I think they said something about using OnAir Company And with OnAir Company, you can like run an airline with AI pilots. I think the thing they said that they did or they recommended you could do is tell an AI pilot to fly the route you're flying. So like you do all of OnAir Company and set it all up just the way I'm doing it. But because it can't track your actual flight, you just make an AI pilot do the flight for you so it counts in your OnAir Company profile, if that makes sense. But if you're just looking for routes to fly, like if you're looking just for routes, you could use like that site I was looking at on Tuesday called World Tour, worldtour.flights. That site just has a bunch of routes, like scenic routes that people submit to fly. Or you could, you know, if you have a PC, you could use any of the...
Tower of 122.055.
Tower. 122.055 for tower.
122.055, UPS 22.
All right, I'll put that in a second here. 122.055. So I'm going to swap once because I want to keep our other frequency, that departure frequency, set up here. Look at everybody like following the rules and going to the run-up area. I guess that's where the line leads. Are you guys actually doing run-ups like real pilots? Be impressive. All right, so 122.055 is our tower frequency. Put that in on standby just so I can flip over to it. So this is our departure frequency. So instead of just changing the standby and swapping, I swapped first just to keep this one. Now when I swap, I still have this in my, I still have the departure frequency and my standby, so I'm ready to go. And, you know, ATIS doesn't work on COM2 with these ATC programs, so pretty much are leaving COM2 alone. Just have to use the primary one here. All right, so now we can contact tower when we're all lined up and ready to go. And we are not going to use a departure procedure, so we're just going to fly runway heading. All right, so I'm going to contact tower because we're about to be holding short.
Tower, UPS 22. Holding short, runway 36. Request departure.
Do I have the wrong frequency? Tower 122.055. I might have the wrong frequency. Did I do 055? Oh, I did 550. Whoops, 055. That's why they didn't reply. Pilot error. 055. Let's try that
Tower,
again.
UPS 22. Holding short, runway 36. Request departure.
UPS 22, line up runway 36.
All right, line up 36.
Lining up runway 36. UPS 22.
All right, landing lights are on. Taxi lights off. Pitot heat's already on because it's cold. Strobe is on. Nav lights on. Beacon's still on. And that windsock is at like full mast. It's ready to go.
UPS 22, wind 310 at 13, runway 36, clear for takeoff.
All right, we're clear for takeoff 36.
Runway 36.
We have 6,000 feet to work with here, so Smokey, you might need to cut across the grass here. All right, we'll wait for Smokey. All right, high idle is set, and I need to make sure, I'm going to zoom in a bit here on takeoff so I can clearly see the torque and the prop RPM. The prop RPM usually doesn't get above the red on its own. I mean, sometimes, only if I get the torque over the red, so I just need to make sure that I don't go above this little line right here, especially out of the green, of course, but there's a little takeoff line right here to keep it under, which is like 18, I think that's the 1865 line. And that's like the 1970 line is the second one. So we want to keep it under 1865 on that takeoff line. Oh, I think Smokey's here. All right, let's roll. All right, I'm just going to zoom in and watch my torque here. Make sure I don't get over that takeoff line. We're pretty heavy. I think we're almost at, are we almost a ton? We're almost a ton. All right, that's 60 knots. 70, 80. We're a little heavier than normal. It felt like we were moving so slowly because I was zoomed in. All right, over 100 knots, so I'm putting flaps up. Oh no, Polaris, you'll have to take off using the taxiway. All right, I'm gonna turn heading and vertical speed mode on here. And set my vertical speed up right here. Oh, this is such a nice departure. Water.
UPS to contact departure on 120.8.
All right, so that's 120.8. So we have that here already in our standby. So I just hit the comms, and then I hit my trigger button again.
Departure UPS 22, passing 2,400, 2000.
UPS 22, climb to 12,000. UPS 22, climb to 12,000.
All right, he said it twice.
Climbing
Nice.
to 12,000. UPS.
All right, 12,000. We're still on runway heading right now. Mike, what up? Look at that beautiful Grand Caravan. Looks so good. You gotta love it. Guessing he's not in the analog one because his torque, he's just like dusting us. Probably because he's at like much higher torque than we are, than I am. All right, still on runway heading. Everything is in the green here. We're at 3,500 feet now. We're climbing to 12,000. Pop open our VFR map, see where we are. We're headed, you know, straight magnetic north, basically. We need to go to the east to get on route, but they haven't told us to make a heading change yet, right? Yeah, they just said climb runway heading. So when are they going to give us the when are they going to give us instructions to turn? We'll find out. The really cool thing, well, hopefully we'll hear this if there's AI air traffic around, but you hear the AI air traffic talking to the ATC, which is really cool. That's something that Pilot 2 ATC doesn't do. Hopefully we hear it. We're in not at the biggest airports. Maybe when we get to over to Goose, then we'll hear it. All right, they're gonna tell us to turn yet? I want to turn onto route. We're pretty far from the airport. Let's close this. Okay. We have no icing or anything as far as I can see. It's pretty cold, but not icing anywhere yet. All right, this is all full forward still. Pretty much maxed out on our torque. Add a little more, I guess. And I'm climbing a little too quickly.
UPS 22, fly heading 110.
All right, heading 110.
Heading 110. UPS 22.
All right, making our turn to 110 right there past east. All right, right hand turn 110. If you guys are just taking off or need to catch up, you can always go into your sim settings and bind a setting to increase sim rate, so that'll basically fast forward you so you can catch up to people. Also useful if you're in the Super Hornet and you're trying to catch up to like an airliner and intercept it. Save yourself some time. What's up, Big Smoke? Does Big Smoke have the non-smoking sign turned on or off in his cabin? Ours is off, as usually requested by chat. Yeah, the torque limit increases with altitude. Yeah. Is it actually that the torque limit increases, or just that as we're flying we need to give it more power to get the same amount of torque because of our rise in altitude? Or does the limit itself, like, can I go above? Because at least here it shows me that it's based, my max torque is based on my RPM setting. So if I go lower RPM setting, I can torque up to the second red line. But at 1900, I have this first red line. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just asking so I can learn too. Nice, Chris. Smoke away, my friend. You remember being in flights where people smoked? Oh, man. I luckily do not remember that. All right, we're flying through some really thin clouds here, so I'm going to keep an eye out for any icing. Just because it is, what is it? We're probably at 0 or below 0 now. -3 now. We were around 4 and 5 on the ground. Now we're at -3. We're at 7,400 feet. And we're climbing for 12,000. Yeah, pull back on the prop when in cruise. Yeah. Hey, Sean, what's up? We're going to the same place I went on Tuesday, but I'm hoping that I land this time. So here's the whole route. I'll paste it in the chat again. And while we're on the route, I'll try to, or you can just ask me if you need me to, but I'll try to find airports along the way.
Maintain flight level 210.
All right, flight level 210. So I'm amending our altitude here. 210 arm. Whoops, no arm yet.
Climb and maintain flight level 210. UPS 22.
Altitude's already armed, so vertical speed mode, altitude hold is armed. 210. Well, good thing we're going into the flight levels because there's the bug where I can't change.
At 12,800.
I can't change the altimeter here.
Identified.
So there we hear another plane. Sometimes I can see them, mattering if they're close enough. I can see their tail number, like their flight number. I don't see them right now, but we just heard. That's one thing I really like about Pro ATC. Obviously, I'm still trying to figure out which one I like better, but that's a really cool thing about Pro ATC is you hear other traffic.
22, fly heading 125.
All right, 125.
Heading 125. UPS 22.
All right, 125 right there. All right, we're turning right to 125, so he's bringing us towards our course here.
927, descend to 16,000.
He'll probably have us,
Descending to
change to our
927.
planned route. So, yeah, you like when default ATC? Yeah, exactly. And what's nice is like, yeah, I hope at some point, I hope it's on the plans, but I really hope Microsoft adds a lot more voices. It would be so cool if there were like a dozen voices of the same quality that they have now instead of just like the 2 or 3 that are in there. That'll just make it feel a lot more immersive. That's the key word. Everybody says that, but all right, so they have us flying towards our planned route now. So right now you're flying the Airbus A320 doing around the USA trip. Started in San Diego and to San Diego, San Francisco, Seattle, and Salt Lake. Awesome. Nice. Are you doing oh, you were asking about like career mods, right, for Xbox? What kind of controllers and stuff are you using, Oliver? Do you have like the Velocity 1? Are you using controller, mouse, and keyboard? What do you got plugged into your Xbox? All right, heading 125 again.
Heading 125.
Which is
UPS
what we're on.
22.
We're on a 125 heading. Our track is 129. That may be why he's yelling at us. Because of the wind, so I'm going to turn left just a couple degrees. See if that fixes what he's yelling at us for. And let me turn on. I have weather radar on this guy, so I'm going to turn it on. And it is very blank right now, so that's nice. Use the controller. Oh, the keyboard isn't connecting. And you need... Oh, you have a mouse? Or you still need to get a mouse. Yeah, I feel like on an Xbox, like the controller and a mouse would be... Yeah, the keyboard's not as essential, but the mouse to me seems like really important. Just so you can do what I'm doing here, just zoom in, hit a button or two without having to have that precision with a controller seems really difficult.
UPS 22, fly heading 120.
120.
Heading 120. UPS 22.
We're on 120. All right. Hey again, Jimmy. Hey again. Everybody here is just dusting me. Dude, you can't zoom into planes anymore. I noticed that with Sim Update 10. So I usually like zoom in a lot. Like I'll zoom in to see planes flying by me. But when they're at a distance, like I can kind of make out Perandus right here. You can see a little dot. But the rest of them disappear actually. Like I can see the lights when I'm zoomed out, but when I zoom in, it just kind of disappears. Okay, I do see a little tiny dot, but generally I don't see anything. Like the lights disappear. So it's kind of weird when you zoom. Uh-oh. I'm climbing way too fast. We're stalling. Man, this is why flight level change mode is the best autopilot mode. Subdued rat is faded.
UPS 22 fly heading 120.
It's Pekro, P-E-K-R-O. I'll paste it again in chat. I should just put a little maybe I should put a piece of text on this, you know, on the stream.
Heading 120.
That just has the current
UPS
route in it.
22.
All right, they said 120 again. So they keep telling us 120. Here, let me add some text here. Text. Route text. Paste it in. Whoa, that's a little big there. Don't worry, we'll fix this in just a second. Do you have the route now? This is still way too big.
UPS 22 fly heading 120.
All right, maybe that's helpful for now. Fly heading 120 again.
120. UPS 22.
Yeah, so they keep saying to fly the same heading, so that's kind of annoying. Now it could be because of the winds. I also don't know why they just don't have us fly, like tell us to continue our own nav. I think I'm just gonna do that. I'm just gonna hit nav and see if they stop complaining. They should tell us like resume own navigation or, you know, clear direct Pekro or something like that. But they do not. All right, we're at 13,000 feet. I don't know, are we gonna make it up to, we're at 13,400 feet, climbing to 1,000, flight level 210. Once we pass 18, we'll change to standard. And thankfully, there is a bug, it looks like, with the analog Caravan or something where, you know, I can't change the altimeter setting on the autopilot, which is separate from the analog instrument. These aren't synchronized, so this one is set to standard and I can't change it, so it's a good thing we're going to the flight levels. At least it'll be accurate when we're up there. It's not the default 530, I'm using the PMS one. And it looks like he patched it 3 days ago. I went and downloaded it. So if you haven't updated it, if you go to GitHub, go to the PMS page, re-download it and replace it, because it said that he updated it 3 days ago on there on GitHub. All right, it sounds like they're not yelling at me anymore, so that's nice.
UPS 22 contact Montreal Center. On
Hey, Kevorkian, welcome back. How's it
132.25.
going? All right, 13225.
132.25. UPS 22.
3235. I need to get better at just saying the numbers like that. 3235 is way easier to remember than 132.35. Like 3235. I need to try doing it that way from now on.
Montreal UPS 22. Passing 5,000 foot flight level 210.
Miranda says, after installing multiplayer nameplates and community, do they have to be turned on in-game? Yeah, you just need to go to your general settings under traffic, And then there's something called show traffic nameplates or show multiplayer nameplates. You just turn that on. And then apply it and go back to the sim. Check Discord. Oh, nice. This is on the Xbox. I know, dude. You have the Series X, right? I know that the X is more powerful, right? Dude, it looks so good. That livery looks awesome, too. The Alaska livery. Beautiful. I need to... we're getting a little more social here on the channel, so I'll need to do some things where I can like pull up those screenshots you're sharing and stuff more quickly. Sorry that I didn't set that up already, but oh, that's on the S? Oh, that's on the S. That's awesome. The dinosaur? Well, wait, weren't the S and the X released at the same time? Or is there like a new updated X or something like that? I'm not too familiar with the different models of Xboxes. Hey Stainless, what's up? How's the update? For me, yeah, it's really smooth. I didn't have a bad time on Sim Update 9. Personally, I think because of DLSS though, anybody that's on like a 2000 series card that can enable DLSS is going to have a much better time. People on Xbox in the chat last stream and again this stream have said that theirs is running great on Xbox now. So it seems like overall Sim Update 10 is amazing. And I did look at a lot of Reddit posts where people were just you know, praising Microsoft, which is rare. They usually give them a lot of crap. You know, they're obviously like everybody's passionate. They want the sim to be amazing all the time. But they were very complimentary towards the team and towards the sim updates so far from what I've seen. Maybe that's changed today. I haven't looked too much today. The cloud improvements are awesome. Like they're not as fuzzy. They used to be super like dotted, pixely looking and fuzzy. Especially when they were like thinner like density clouds. And then also the lighting, I didn't really realize how much lighting was like blood red color. Like there was a lot of like just over red tinted lighting conditions, and those got improved dramatically too. And people have been posting a lot of screenshots about those. So yeah, it's kind of, overall it seems good. I mean, the other sim updates have been good for me as well, which I know that's not the norm, but they've been usually pretty good for me. But then again, I have a 3080 and a 5900X, so my machine is really powerful. You know, I think I built it 2 years ago, but I updated the processor, I think last Christmas or so. I updated the processor, so, you know, I'm sure there's potentially better stuff out right now, but, or there's about to be, and I'm probably not going to upgrade to the 4000 series. The 3080 is doing me just fine. Especially because I run at 1600, and right now when I stream, I run at 1440 in windowed mode, so yeah. Oh, Horrendous, one other thing you might want to do with Sim Update 10, you can go into your control settings and you can bind a shortcut to turn the nameplates on and off like this. So I have a shortcut so I can like just quickly turn them off, and if you're taking screenshots, as well, like this is a good thing. You can just, you know, bind it to something so you can turn it on and off. I'm not sure if you're on PC or Xbox, but it might be trickier on Xbox to bind a shortcut, you know, like it's because there's only so many button combinations. Got released around 2016. Oh yeah, to be that old in that quality. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, definitely. You have the one before the newest. Oh, the 1S. I see what you're saying. I got you. Oh, you're on PC. Okay, yeah, then, you know, I picked a shortcut like Control F12 for my traffic nameplates. Let me check my speed here. So it was weird. We went through a section. It was probably because of winds, where my speed went down to like, I was almost stalling. The stall horn went off, and I was only climbing at like 1,000 feet per minute. I had to lower that down to like 500. And now we've gotten up to, we're at 17,400 feet now, and my airspeed went up dramatically. So I think we're just going through different wind directions and stuff at, you know, as we're passing through the different altitudes. So what I'm guessing we're in maybe a little more favorable winds here for our airspeed. Maybe getting some good tailwinds. Oh yeah, there's a wind. Can I put wind on this? I forget on the mod if there's a way to put wind. We have ground speed, ETE, and distance. I forget if wind is on here. Oh, current baro, vertical speed. Oh, they have the en route safe altitude? That's really cool. En route, estimated time en route and arrival time, fuel flow. Yeah, ground track. I don't see wind. Yeah, I don't see any wind info. Maybe it's on one of the other screens. Is it on one of the other nav screens? Oh yeah, there it is right there. All right, 16 knot tailwind right now. I assume that's relative to how our plane is. I'm not 100% sure, but it's pointing the same way our plane roughly. So we have mostly a tailwind, it looks like. Three, 2, 1, 14 on the G1000. Nice. Is that right behind us? Okay, yeah, that's pretty much right behind us. 3, 2, 1. So it's behind us and a little to the left. So I should sync this up. So we're getting a decent tailwind. That matches up with what we saw on the Simbri flight plan as well. Yeah, down here. Well, actually, I mean, it doesn't match up completely, but it shows us the overall. I looked at the overall +6, so that means that we'll get a tailwind of 6 on average. But if we go down here to the legs, we can see the estimated winds at the altitudes they expect us to be at. So right here, the actual wind direction, and then just the easier thing to read is plus or minus here. So yeah, here as we're climbing, this was at, what flight level is this? This was at 3,300 feet. This is at 7,000 feet. It says a 4 knot tailwind roughly, and a 7 knot tailwind. So we're getting better than predicted winds if we're getting like 16. Ceiling on the 208s, 25,000, yeah. How high were you when your climb was decreased? We were much lower than that. So we're almost at 19, or we're coming up on 20,000. We're at 19.5 right now. I think we were maybe at like the low teens, 13, 14,000, maybe lower than that, 12 even. And I had to pitch the nose down quite a bit. You can actually rewind and find it in the VOD, but I'm not sure. If I was to guess, I would say like maybe a little past 10,000. And then I just had to nose it down a bit. Indicated's pretty slow right now, Brian, because we're climbing. I'm at like 90 right now. I actually need to put my nose down a bit because our airspeed is not great, and my throttle is maxed out right now. Ground speed though right now 150. We even though I'm still climbing, our ground speed's 150. We'll probably hit like 175, 180 once I'm in cruise. Once we level off here in another 1,000 feet at 21,000. We should have. It seems like the winds are pretty good. HG is saying that on his G1000, it's telling him that the winds are 14 knots. I guess mine's saying the same thing. Oh hey, I have winds here. Wait, was that on before? Maybe I just didn't notice that. 18 knots, but it's a little bit from off our right, it looks like. How would you know if you're playing on Sim Update 10? I believe it forces you to update if you're online. I'm not sure about Xbox. I would guess it's somewhere in like... If you check... I assume Xbox has some kind of notification center that shows you like a log of what updates were done. I mean, on PC, when I open the game, when I launch the sim, it brings up a window and it basically forces an update. So it's like part of the startup process. Oh, I got some turbulence there. All right, we should be leveling off at... Yep, we have 500 feet to go until we're at 21,000. I'm only climbing at 400 feet per minute right now. Actually, we're gonna level off a little later than that actually, because I'm not at standard. I'll just hit B to change to standard. Oh, a little sooner than that, I guess. Whoops. All right, 2992. All right, 200 feet to go. Any Xbox players flying with you? There usually are, yeah. Porsche SUV Kodiak's too fast. I think my climb in this is just a bit slower. I think generally, I mean, I think it's more realistic. I think normally when I'm flying the G1000 version, I'm maxed out on the throttle, almost maxed out. I feel like in the analog version, you have to pull back the throttle quite a bit more during the initial climb until you get higher up. You're 96 miles behind. What you could do is go into your settings and bind a button press combo to the shortcut called increase sim rate and decrease sim rate. You can use those to basically fast forward. It'd be better if you had the option to not update if you're happy with everything. Yeah, I wonder, I'm guessing you could probably force it, but I don't think you could. You could like go offline basically and it wouldn't know to check for an update or be able to, but I mean, in general, theoretically, the update should always be better. I know obviously the reality is different than that. And then from their perspective, like if you're making like a digital product, right, an app, a game, whatever, software, it's best to have everybody on the exact same version. Because if somebody, like, say you're on an old version and you're like, hey, this doesn't work, well, what are they going to do? Like, keep that installed on a test computer at some engineer's house to test it on that version, you know? They're always going to say upgrade to the latest version. You know, that they want everyone on the same version, so it's predictable and they know what everybody is running as a whole. It's just like a software development thing, you know. It's a benefit to them, and to us. Like, if I mention a feature that's in a new version that you don't have, then, you know, we're gonna have a conversation like, what version are you on? Let me go back and check. Was that feature added in that version on that date? Like, it just adds a lot of complexity to it. But I know what you're saying, which is you want it to be stable, right? Like, that's the point. You want it to be stable all the time. And everybody does, but yeah, it can be a little scary. Yeah, scary, exactly what Bombassa is saying, yeah. If it's gonna break, that's what people are, what worries people, is an update will break things. And obviously that does happen more often than people would like it to, but. All right, we're leveled off at 21,000, so I'm picking up some speed here. 203 over the ground, 203 knots. This is great. 22 knot tail. Oh, it's not a total tailwind. There's a crosswind component to it, but we're getting about 22 knots from the back right now. From right over here. Feels good. The clouds look awesome as always. All right, so yeah, we could pull back our prop here a little bit. Be nicer to the engine and hit a target fuel flow number here. Because this is 450 is crazy. And if we look at SimBrief, it'll give a target fuel flow right here. Average fuel flow per pounds or pounds per hour, 406. So if I want to reach that, I could pull back our prop RPM to one of these settings here. Maybe do like either 6, 7, or 1800. So here it is at 1800. And then I'll have to increase a little bit as I pull back the torque. And change those to get that 400 fuel flow target. There we go, it's a little bit better. It'll slow us down, but if we want the fuel to last, we don't want to run out of fuel. There, we're at 400 on our flow now. A little more than 400, so yeah. We'll hit the 406. This is their predicted fuel flow per hour to make sure our fuel burn is what's estimated here. right, and yeah, we're on with Montreal still on our radio, so they just haven't been talking to us because we're just cruising along here. See how far along we are. And that climb took a long time. Up to 21,000 takes forever. So we got a ways to go. Which means we're going to have plenty of time to do bathroom breaks, grab beverages, grab snacks, all that good stuff. Hondo says this update kept stalling on the 930. Would not load the entire update. It was stuck in a loop. Are you on PC? Yeah, there's... What's hard about these sim updates is, like, if it's working, it's so good. But especially if you're on PC, like, there's so many things that can go wrong. I reinstalled everything yesterday. I spent the better part of my day reinstalling everything. Which, of course, sucks. Like, and not everybody has the time to do that. Not everybody has the internet speed to even do that within a few hours. So, yeah, I totally get that it sucks. The reason I did it is because I had, like, a separate installation on Steam and on Microsoft Store. I used the Microsoft Store one, though. And the one on Steam, basically, I was installing some mods, like the Just Flight mods. They have their own installer. And for some weird reason, like, first they were installing them into my Steam community folder, even though I'm not using that sim. I'm using it with Microsoft Store. So I had to, you know, drag and drop things into from one folder to the other. And then later it was like creating its own community folder within my community folder. So I think that's where my problems may have stemmed from, is like having I didn't have two sims installed, but like I previously did. I previously had it on Steam. And those folders were still there. So I think it was confused about where to install things because of that. I know you probably don't have that issue, but yeah, I just did a full delete. I deleted absolutely everything. Like, I made sure the Steam version was not installed anymore. I uninstalled the Microsoft version. Then I went into my app data folder and deleted the entire folder, emptied my recycle bin, rebooted the computer. So for me, that, you know, a fresh start was nice, but I know it's annoying to do that. Nictus says went off the beta build, pretty much had to reinstall. Yeah, I was on the beta build too, since it came out. So I was on the beta build for like an entire month. Cyber Rider says, should I buy from Microsoft or Steam? I personally would buy from Microsoft because, well, first of all, it's a Microsoft game. So I always worry that if you know, Microsoft has their own kind of app store. So I always worry there can be issues with updates or being lagged for updates or things like that when it's on a different platform, different marketplace. And I think the benefit too, even though I don't even own an Xbox, if you buy it with Microsoft, then, now that's a hard decision. If you eventually get an Xbox, then you'll already own the game with Microsoft. So, but on the other hand, now that Steam has the Steam Deck, you know, you're not just playing on a PC, you could be on the Steam Deck. That may be a reason for you to buy it on Steam. So, and I haven't tried it. I did get a Steam Deck after having reserved one over a year ago. They've been shipping a lot of them out the last month or two. The Steam Deck is pretty cool. I haven't tried to run it on there though. But if I didn't own it on Steam, I wouldn't be able to load it on there without doing some hacking. So, Microsoft, not Steam. Yeah, I mean, if you're going to get a Steam Deck, if that's in your future, then I would buy it on Steam because you don't want to have to hack the Microsoft Store to get it working on the Steam Deck. Probably that sounds like a pain. So I would go with a store based on your hardware. Are you PC and maybe Steam Deck later, or are you PC and maybe Xbox later? Like, where might it get installed later? I don't have an Xbox yet. I don't have a plan to get one, but I just thought, yeah, keep it in the family basically. But I don't think technically there's a big difference between one or the other. Hey Mike, thanks a lot. Glad they're helpful. Yeah. Oliver says, I'd say for everyone the really cheap routes, yeah, $1 through Game Pass. Yeah, that's nice too. If you don't want to spend $60, do it through Game Pass on PC or Game Pass on Xbox and see if you like it. Definitely. Oh, we're all lined up. Me, Goat, and Mike are all lined up here. Oh, Parandis just disappeared. Oh, you have a physical copy on Series X. Oh, and can't use it on PC. I see. Microsoft doesn't answer your emails. Oh, man. Are you trying to ask them to give you the digital version? Yeah, I know everybody's like storage is different, but yeah, I haven't bought a physical game in a long time. I know that doesn't sit well with most people, like you like having the copy. But in this case, if you want something cross-platform like that, it's nice to buy it digitally. You got the Eric says he got the Ultimate Game Pass for his Xbox One, trying it out. Awesome. Yeah, doing it through Xbox is great. And then, you know, if you really want... Actually, does anybody know on Xbox Game Pass or PC Game Pass, can you buy... You can buy Marketplace items, right? And then can you also get the Deluxe and the Premium Edition through the Marketplace, even if you're through Game Pass? I would guess so, because it's just like a in-game purchase, right? I would guess that would work. But yeah, if you commit to it, if you play it for more than a few months, you think you're gonna, you know, be playing it for a couple years like some of us have, then maybe consider buying it. Unless you just always have Game Pass, you know, like obviously Game Pass is just great. If you play a variety of games, it's awesome. Oliver says you can buy Marketplace items through Game Pass. Awesome. Yeah, so you could get Standard Edition, and if you want certain planes in the Deluxe or on the Marketplace, you can just update, or you can just buy it in the Marketplace. Awesome. All right, let's check all of our vital signs here. Suction is good. No vacuum system failure yet. Everything else in the greens all around. See a wobble in our tanks, which is normal while we're flying. I think this is a pretty cool thing they model, is like, yeah, as you're flying and wobbling around in the air, the tanks swish around too, so the gauges go up and down. 74 degrees in the cabin, feels good. I really like in this one that I like how it doesn't have its own tablet. The tablet's okay, like the Milviz 310 that I've been flying, it has its own tablet for this stuff. But I love, like, it has like the cabin low and high temperature lights that go on, and then all of the plane stuff is all built in here. It's kind of like how, I don't know who made it, but whoever developed the 172 like enhancement thing that's on Just Flight, they put theirs into the autopilot. Like you can, or is it on the ADF? It might be on like the ADF receiver, where you click a certain spot and it has all the settings, but they integrate it into the avionics, which is really cool, instead of having like that big iPad thing. But you know, there's only so many options you can fit in these things, but I like when they do that. It's just immersion. Gonna start using SimBrief. Oh yeah, SimBrief is amazing. Need to learn how to put the flight plan through the screen. Right, and should you rely on the fuel they recommend? Yeah, I've been using SimBrief for a while, and I always use their fuel recommendations, but when you do it, for that to be accurate, make sure you're matching up. So for you, because you're not using OnAir Company or something like that, you're gonna manage all your fuel and weights either here or through this, the equivalent of this menu when you're choosing your plane, like in the aircraft selection on the world's map. You can also get to this section here. And you're gonna wanna set the weights, whatever weights you set here, say you add a couple passengers or something, you're gonna wanna look at your total payload, your total fuel, or not your total fuel, but your total payload down here, that 360 pounds, right? So I have 180 times 2, that gives me this 360. You're gonna need to convert that to tons, and that's what I Google for. Like here I Googled my weight for tons, just to convert it. And then that's what you put in here for freight. And then with passengers, I think SimBrief assumes every passenger is 190 pounds. You can look in the documentation. They have like a help section, but I think it's maybe 190 pounds. So you would put in, 0 if it's just the pilot. But if you just have, one extra passenger, you put them in at 190, you put 1 here. So as long as you do the passengers and the freight correctly, and this is the route you're using, and you chose the correct plane from the drop down up here, all that, then yeah, there's other stuff too. Up here, there's reserve fuel, number of minutes. And you can also set extra fuel over here. So yeah, if you set all of that, then that's what it's going to use to calculate, that amongst your the recommended flight level, like your cruise level. Actually, altitude, I should be doing that. I haven't been doing the altitude here because I've been generating my flight plan before I talk to ATC. But what I should do is get the clearance first, and then I'll know our expected flight level. So for this flight, it was 21,000 feet. So I didn't do this. I should have put 21,000 feet here and then generated my flight. I didn't do that, so we may actually not have as much fuel as we should. If I go to the flight here, see, they calculated 7,000 feet for our cruise. So obviously that's way less fuel on 7,000 feet to get up to that cruise level. But then we're potentially burning more in cruise at that altitude. So anyway, that's what I should start doing. I haven't been putting in my altitude. I should get my altitude from ATC first and put that in. But yeah, then it gives you this block fuel number right here at the top. That's your total fuel that you need for taxiing, reserve, every phase of flight, your alternate, any extra fuel you say on the previous screen, it's all totaled up for you. So what you do is just come into fuel and then just drag your slider to make sure that you have that under your fuel right here in pounds. Just make sure you set it to pounds or, whatever you're using. I think you can only do pounds and gallons in Microsoft. Maybe there's an option for kilograms, I'm not sure. Right, and then the recommended flight plan. So Hondo's saying, why don't you load it straight into Microsoft Flight Sim? And so I think Oliver's on Xbox, right? So for him, I don't think there's an easy way to do it. You can do it through the world map, but you have to search using the search box for every waypoint. What I would do is this. This is going to be the easiest way. In the world map on Xbox, in the world map, in the top left corner, so choose your departure, your arrival airport. In the top left corner, instead of direct route, choose VFR from that flight type dropdown. Or sorry, choose IFR. So choose either low or high altitude airways, mattering if you want to be, at least in the US, it'd be above 18,000 or below 18,000 feet. So that'll mostly depend on the plane you're flying and the distance you're flying. Do that, and then as soon as you choose low or high altitude airways for that flight, it's going to pre-populate a route for you. Then what you do is input that into SimBrief. Don't use the SimBrief recommended route. Go down here and just type it right here like this. It'll be something like, you exclude the 2 airports. Those are up here at the top, right here and here. Down here, you'll just put in the waypoints in between. So here you would just type like that, whatever it gives you, type it in. And then you can hit analyze route right here. And that'll, tell you if it's valid or not. Yours will probably be valid. So when you hit that, it'll say it's valid. Then you can go up and generate the full flight plan. And after you generate it, that's where it gives you this whole briefing here. Gives you the fuel that it calculated, gives you the map, and then gives you all this detailed information here on this kind of mock full flight plan, operational flight plan readout. So this is where you can, over time, I'm learning this over time. There's a little link here to learn how to read it. It gives you this like tutorial. So you just point at things and learn what they are. So I'm just doing that. I'm learning a few little abbreviations at a time. The ones I think that are most crucial. Like wind component, like average wind on the flight, block fuel, of course. And then I'll usually scroll down and look at the weather down here in the weather list. It gives you all the SIGMETs, if there's any significant weather alerts, and then the METARs down here. Anyway, that's how I would do it. I would, do the in-game flight plan. It should be pretty good. It should be a valid plan. I think the only risk is if the database in Flight Sim and SimBrief are very, very different. If they're too outdated, then they might not match up. Since SimBrief is owned by Navigraph now, you basically need to, or maybe they didn't have this ability before. You can use your Navigraph subscription to update the database used by SimBrief. Anyway, that's how I would do it, because I would not want to sit there entering that flight plan on the world's map. It's kind of annoying. If you have a keyboard and mouse, it would be decent. Or you could do it in the NXI if you're flying a plane with the NXI with the keyboard entry mode. It's also not the worst. I mean, you saw me just do mine for this flight. I just put it in by hand using the mouse. So I would at least recommend a mouse. All right, well, we're halfway. I think we're about halfway because we passed Pecro. Let's check. We have plenty of fuel, I think. Yeah, we're at 750 on each, so we're at over 1,500 pounds of fuel. We started with 1,720 or so. So we've only burned around 200 and something, a little more than 200 pounds of fuel. Fuel flow is still 400 pounds per hour. And yeah, we pulled back our torque a bit to get it there. Our props at 1,800. And we're just chilling here. Negative 23 degrees Celsius outside, but the cabin is a toasty 74. You turn that down just one little click here. So we're just letting autopilot do its thing. Oh, does this open? No, it doesn't look like it opens. Uh-oh, does this one open? Negative, it does not. All right, that's good. I don't really want it to. All right, it's Friday. It is 6:30 p.m. So I think legally, I'm allowed to go to the refrigerator and grab a Mexican lager. So I'm gonna do that. I'll be right back. Looks like we're heading in the future path of Fiona. Oh, I should look it up. I haven't been following the Fiona. No. Jimmy, you do not need a subscription. On Xbox you do, I think, right? I believe on Xbox, all multiplayer is behind like an Xbox Gold or whatever it's called nowadays subscription. I'm pretty sure that applies to every game. I'm not an Xbox person. I have a PS4. I don't even have the new gen consoles, but at least last I remember, yeah, I'm pretty sure both platforms, both Xbox and PlayStation, you have to pay for their subscription to get multiplayer. I'm pretty sure. On PC, it's just you just get it. Yeah, I see the route that you're talking about. Yeah, right here for Fiona. Let me switch over. There we go. Yeah, we're flying. Yeah, we're flying into the future path for sure. We're going right over. Is it right over here? Yeah, here's this is Goose Bay. This is where we're going right here. Yeah, so here's the airport we're landing at, right in here. Yeah, we're about to hit. We're like going to be right before its predicted path. That's pretty crazy. All right, still holding steady here. 125 indicated, but we are 204 over the ground. We're getting just mostly a crosswind, it looks like right now, 48 knots. So we're crabbed to the right. Crabbed to the right a bit here. Oktoberfest is back in the story. Oh, back in the stores. Love this time of the year. Oh, is that a Sam Adams? Is that one of the what do you call it? One of the like seasonal Sam Adams ones? Yeah, happy Friday, Jared. Thanks, yeah, thanks for hanging out. Yeah, Sam Adams, cool. I haven't had that beer for a while. I kind of alternate between IPAs and lagers. Like, I just like a good Mexican lager. I like a cheap Mexican lager. Or like a more craft one too, like some of the like LA and California breweries. I'll just get whatever looks cool. I try to just try all the beers. I like variety. Unlike my planes in Microsoft Flight Simulator, I've been just flying like the Grand Caravan for like 2 years basically. I mean, I branched out a little bit, right? I flew the 310. I'll fly it a bit more as well. I mainly just wanted to see how I guess it has a 530, 432, doesn't it? Anyway, the Grand Caravan is less setup work. I feel like just getting this thing started is so much easier. IPAs love or hate, yeah, for sure. Yeah, I have friends that are, like, one of my best friends just absolutely hates IPAs. So for me, I just, every time I think I'm buying beer that we can share, it's not one we can share. He's like, gross, dude. You know, he's just like, are you kidding me? Love to hate. Yeah, it's definitely an acquired taste, for sure. Dude, this formation right now, I can't even, you guys are so close in formation, it doesn't even show your names. I know it's Mike, I know it's Parandis from before, I know this is Mike right here. I didn't get the memo about using the Kenmore skin though. You want to love IPAs, but you just can't. Yeah, I mean, hey, just whatever you like, do the thing you like. That's all there is to it. All right, we're a little more than halfway here. We'll see. It's been so quiet on ATC. Ton of live traffic. Is there? Is my live traffic messed up? By live traffic, I mean real flights. I don't see anything. Let me make sure I'm going to mess up the formation by doing this. Sorry, guys. Okay, yeah, real-time online is turned on. So I'm not sure, why I just haven't been seeing any. I have not been plane spotting, no. I'm just a total dork. I just sit at my computer. VFR map's like an anthill right now. Oh, yeah. All right, I sped up a little bit. Now I'm gonna go back down to the 400 fuel flow. And it's so sensitive moving the throttle, the fuel flow. I'm gonna move it like a quarter of an inch. Okay, it's just, it just settles into the needle kind of settles in. That's why, I guess. There we go. Keep it at that 400 pounds per hour target. Let's also just I'm going to get some of the things set up here for our arrival. So opening the charts. Let me get the ATIS set up too. Let's see if this frequency is legit that we find here, if this works with Pro ATC. ATIS, that's high frequency. So we go 128.1. And then I have to go off frequency with the controller to do this, but we'll just do that. Probably not in range yet. Yeah, nothing on 128.1. So we'll switch back to the controller. And then I'm just going to look up like the taxi info, get that ready here. And they have parking stands as well. I normally don't look at this, but I'm going to because Pro ATC will assign you a parking spot. And my voice is like cracking. I think I talked too much for like the 8 hours we were on, or 7 hours we were on Tuesday. But it will assign you a parking area and a parking spot number. Though I noticed that nothing happens once I park there, so it doesn't actually seem that important. But have the airport diagram here. ATIS, yeah, 128.1, so that's not working yet. We'll try to flip over in a little bit. Maybe we can get an idea of which runway, which procedure we might get for landing. And there are a bunch of procedures available at this airport. There are RNAV, I think there are localizer and back course localizer and ILS approaches. So we'll see what happens. The last flight I did with Pro ATC, it gave me vectors to an ILS. It actually gave me like a 180 worth of vectors. So that was pretty cool. I'm hoping they give me an actual like initial approach fix this time. But I think how it works is if the initial approach fixes would be more than a 90-degree turn, then it vectors you instead onto your final approach course. And that worked last time, so hopefully I don't jinx it and we get the same experience this time while the stream is on. Oh, there was a plane spotter in LA that sounded like me. Nope, not me. Were they running a stream or something? Is that what you meant? Or something on like Reddit or social media or something like that? Yeah, no plane spotting for me. I just sit in my chair like a dork. You finally got to fly today. Since Sim Update 10, seemed like turbulence is more intensified. Yeah. Yeah, the winds got, especially when you're lower to the ground. My understanding is there was a bug where when you're, basically when you're at very low altitude, the winds would always change to 0. And I think that's what was fixed. So you get a lot more of the wind effects closer to the surface. So, yeah, and then I'm not sure about like, I'm not sure if Sim Update 10 had, you know, the up and down drafts and stuff and turbulence caused by like terrain, you know, as you're passing over certain areas. I'm not sure if that was in this Sim Update or the last one. But yeah, the wind is much more of a factor now, especially when you're coming in for a landing. My center lines are so bad now, like it's so much more challenging. Yeah, 3,500 feet. Yeah, if you're crossing over like some terrain too, like some mountainous areas, you'll definitely get like updrafts and stuff like that, up and down drafts, depending on the terrain, that can really like throw you around. Or you'll just see yourself like drop 100 feet randomly, like as you pass over certain terrain. I'm not sure if that was in this Sim Update or the previous one though, so. I really want to take screenshots, but I don't want to, I have the Navigraph up, but I don't want to reset it. Looking good, boys. Looking good. Hey, Underdog, how's it going? Oh, it was just a plane spotter. You recently stopped going because it's farther for you. Oh, it got into flight simulators. I haven't been, yeah, like plane spotting, but that sounds like it'd be pretty fun, actually. I've watched like some of the like the camera streams at airports, like at the LAX one. I've seen that one online. There's usually like 1,500 people watching that stream. I remember tuning in when the like A380 returned to Los Angeles for the first time since COVID started. I tuned into that stream and it was really cool. In-game METAR favors runway 26. Nice. Are we all lining up here? Oh, someone's coming in with an Airbus, it looks like. Classic. Classic. There always has to be an Airbus. We made it, everyone. We have an Airbus. Noir says, when I lived in San Jose, I could see planes land at, San Jose, SJC. Match them against FlightAware. Yep. Yeah, my girlfriend does that all the time when we see something. I don't know, maybe not as much lately, but yeah, for a while we're doing that a lot. To like see some cool plane fly over, figure out what it is, or see yeah, if there's helicopter activity. LA flights. Yeah, I think that's the one I looked at for the 380 coming in. Oh, you were there for that? Oh, that's awesome. That must have been really cool. Was it packed? I mean, there were probably a ton of people there. I mean, the live stream seemed to be super popular, so I bet in person it was too. Big Jet TV at Anchorage. That's awesome. Do people just travel? Are there YouTubers who just travel and do plane spotting? Like set up their stream and do like, is that considered plane spotting when they're landing, or is that a different term? I assume that's plane spotting as well, but I don't know if that's like spotting planes that are like, you know, at higher altitude or just ones that are departing and arriving. This is a pretty long flight here. All right, we are 70 miles away from the VOR, which is actually a little bit further than the airport. Let me see if I can get the in-sim ATIS here, or actually, it's the Pro ATC ATIS, but we'll see if I can get that in now on 128.1. Nope, we're getting nothing. All right, it's just switching back. And yeah, ATC has been super quiet. Yeah, I don't have any live traffic. Like no other actual real world flights around here, so. Oh no, did I just hit the add button? Oh no, I hit the add button by accident. Oh, it's just, sorry guys. Crap. I did not mean to hit the add button. I hope that that actually didn't play an ad for everybody. So YouTube, every time I'm streaming, it like bugs me to run an ad. It's like, you should run an ad. And so since we're here in the cruise, I looked up and I was like, I'm just gonna click the button to see what it does. Like I figured I would click it and something would happen. Like it would make a pop-up, like say, how many ads do you want to run? Oh no, sorry, that's my bad. I won't do that anymore. Sorry about that. Sorry guys. I did not mean to run an ad. I was just curious to learn it, like to learn what the button did, but apparently when you click it, it just instantly inserts an ad right there. So sorry about it. Hip and knee replacements. Would have been cooler if it had some like video game stuff or flight sim things. You have them blocked, yeah. Well, apparently when you click the little ad button, you don't get any options or confirmation. It just runs it. Sorry about that. Forgive me. I know everybody hates ads more than anything. Yeah, I have premium as well, Brian. Yeah, I love it. I didn't use YouTube for the longest time to watch videos and stuff, but I've been using it almost more than everything lately. Yeah, premium is really nice. Like I just watch so much stuff on YouTube, like all sorts of documentaries, or you know, just there's so many documentaries on YouTube. Just like, I don't know, it's crazy. It's just all the world's content on YouTube. It's insane. Are we still on this right frequency here? I believe we are. Yeah, the last thing I had, last instruction was, oh, I'm on the wrong frequency. I'm on the wrong frequency. It's supposed to be 250. Whoops.
Montreal, UPS 22 at flight level 210.
UPS 22 identified. UPS 22.
No wonder I wasn't hearing
Establish
anything.
and maintain heading of 255.
Heading to... What? Oh, no. Not this again. Let me hit direct to waypoint, see if I can request one of these.
Heading 075, UPS 22.
So it's trying to get me to turn
UPS
around
22.
because I wasn't
Clears
on with them.
direct to
Oh, there we
Yankee,
go.
Yankee Romeo. Turn to heading
Oh, nice.
075.
Cleared Yankee, Yankee Romeo.
All right, direct Yankee, Yankee Romeo. All right, that's where we are already.
UPS 22. Contact center control on 120.4.
All right, 120.4.
120.4. UPS 22.
120.4.
UPS 22. Contact Gander Domestic on 120.4.
Yeah.
120.4. UPS 22.
UPS 22.
Okay.
Contact Center Control on 120.4.
Yes, I know.
120.4.
I think it's like catching
UPS
up with
22.
all the commands it was going to give us before. All right, let me switch.
Gander Domestic UPS 22.
I was wondering why it was so quiet.
UPS 22. Identified.
Pilot error, of course. All right, so we're in contact with the radar here. Gander Domestic Control, I guess. All right, so at least they have us direct. So what happened there? Of course, pilot error. I was on the wrong frequency, so it's totally my fault. And I can see how it'll get confused too. Like basically, that last controller was expecting us to not even be at our other waypoint yet, at Pecro or whatever. So when I first contacted them, they were like, turn around? Like they were trying to turn us all the way around. No, not done after this flight. I'll do at least one more. Yeah, 2 hours. I usually do 2 flights for each of the streams. I will try very hard to not stay on 7 hours. That wasn't great. I didn't eat during that 7 hours, so I was a little tired afterwards. Good for 6 hours. Hey, we all saw what happened after 7 hours, so yeah, maybe 7 hours is the point where I can't function anymore. All right, so we're good with ATC now. Still at 21,000. They cleared us direct to Yankee Romeo. That's the VOR. So let's check the ATIS again here and bring up the airport info and just find the ATIS frequency up here, 1281. So try that one again and see if it's in range now. 28100. Nope, nothing yet. Still 48 miles away. I'll give it another shot when we get within 40 miles. Try to join the next stream? Yeah, whenever. Yeah, it's just make sure you're on USA West. I always put that info in the video description, but I'm always on USA West. All right, and then if we look at, let me just double check the procedures here. So I had issues on Tuesday with the approaches. Okay, it did load them. Cool. It just took a minute to load them. So yeah, we have a back course localizer approach, ILS, NDB, RNAV, and VOR approaches. We have pretty much everything. So I'm gonna wait to see what ATC assigns us. So it's gonna be based on, of course, like the weather. And earlier, HG said that 26 was the favored runway. So for 26, if that holds true, then we'll have either back course localizer, NDB, or RNAV, or VOR. So we have everything but the ILS. The ILS is only on runway 8. So if we have runway 26, or if we have any other runway, we will not have an ILS. One thing is we should be descending at this point, so I'm not sure when they expect to get our descent started. Let me check the airport elevation again. It's 160 feet, so yeah, it's pretty much at sea level. So we need to drop a good 20,000 feet. So 20,000 feet, 1,000 feet per minute, 20 minutes.
Altimeter
All right, there we go.
9.70.
Great timing. All right, we're going to 10,000.
10,000. Altimeter 29.70. UPS
And then 2970 on the altimeter. I'm going to go to 1,000 feet per minute. All right, 2970 on the altimeter. I'm just going to put that now so I do not forget, and then we don't level off at the wrong one. And also, the autopilot is set to standard, and I can't fix it. There's a bug where I can't change the altimeter setting on the autopilot, so we're going to have to watch this to make sure we're leveled off at the right one. Yes, pull back the throttle. I did a little bit. I'm going to do it a little bit more. I did turn off aircraft stress damage, though, because I just don't want it to ruin a flight again. Crash damage is on because I'm actually required to have that on for OnAir Company, but I turn the stress damage off. All right, so 2970. Let me zoom in a little bit more on that. So there's 299. 2970 is all the way down here. All right, 2907. And going down to 10,000. Oh, the chatbots have arrived. Excellent. You vote for RNAV 26 because you already put that in. I'm at the mercy of this ATC controller, but you guys have whichever ATC controller you chose, so, or none at all. So it's up to you. I'll see what they give us here. NDB would be kind of fun too. I don't think I've ever done an NDB approach. All right, going down to 10,000 feet.
UPS 22. Expect
RNAV.
approach runway 33.
RNAV approach 33.
RNAV. Approach runway 33. UPS 22.
Alright, RNAV 33. They didn't give us a transition waypoint, so I'm going to look at the map and Navigraph and see which one makes the most sense. And they may just vector us onto final. That seems to be pretty common. Alright, runway 33, RNAV.
22. Heading correction to 120 to Yankee Romeo. And then as filed.
Alright, why are we turning right now?
Heading 120 for Yankee Romeo. Continue on navigation. UPS 22.
I'm not sure why it just turned me. That's weird. I didn't load the procedure at all. But it just randomly turned me. Interesting. Alright, so let's pin the RNAV approach right here.
Heading correction to 130 to Yankee Romeo. And then as filed.
Alright, 130. He's just getting us back on the course, so I'm going to switch nav mode back on. And yeah, we're still direct to CYWK. That leg is active. Yeah, I'm not sure. That was weird how it just turned us like that. We're still in nav mode. We're still descending. Airspeed looks good. Check the VFR map, see what it's doing here.
22. Did you read?
Yeah, where is it going right now? Here we go again with the problems. Like, look at, what is it doing? Nav mode, nav 1, GPS for the source. It's like, it's super turned around right now. Oh look, now that I exited the procedure menu, it's correcting itself. That is so weird.
UPS 22.
Maybe it's not.
Did you read?
It's in nav mode. This is so strange.
Heading 120 for Yankee Romeo. Continue on navigation. UPS 22.
This is very weird what's happening. I have no idea what's going on. Desired track is 029? Why would our desired track be 029? Let me go to flight plan and reactivate this leg. Whoa, what? Let's reactivate this leg.
22. Heading correction to 135 to Yankee Romeo. And then as filed.
Heading 135 for Yankee Romeo. Continue on navigation. UPS 22.
Alright, he's turning us the right way at least. Way too high. This did happen before where they... I'm actually going to pull way back on my throttle to get our ground speed down. Yeah, they descended me way too late. This may be the, you know, the final, like nail in the coffin for using these ATC programs.
Heading correction to 110 to Yankee Romeo. And then as filed.
I mean, I still need a good 5 minutes to get down to 10,000 feet. And we're going to need another 10 minutes to get down to the surface from there. So, and we're only 20... Wait, how many miles? I can't see. So this is messed up. Like, obviously something is wrong here. It thinks my next waypoint is 209 miles away. Oh,
UPS
wait a minute.
22. Did you read?
All right, wait, I activated the wrong leg. Oh my god. All right, there we go, 28. All right, was that my fault again? I think that was my fault. Okay, so we're good there.
Heading 110.
All right, that part was my fault, 100%. I chose the original one, the VOR way back. Okay, I'm just gonna pull my throttle back to near idle here, just to slow us down a lot so we can make this descent. But yeah, this is not great so far. I think they're gonna end up vectoring us around a lot anyway. We're gonna need to make our way to the north a little bit. No nail today. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. All right, so here's our approach. So this is a GNSS, so we have GNSS receivers in all of our things. There's no distinction in flight sim, I don't think, between like GNSS capable or not. Okay, it's a 3-degree glide path. So that's standard.
22. Descent to 5,000.
All right, descend to 5,000 feet.
5,000 UPS 22.
And I'm going at 1,000 feet per minute.
UPS 22. Heading correction to 110 to Yankee Romeo. And then as filed.
All right, he's giving us a heading correction. All right, 107 is our expected course. 107. Letting the G1000 fly RNAV 26. Okay.
UPS 22. Did you read?
I'm jealous you're on the G1000.
Heading 110 Yankee Romeo.
All right,
Continue
110, so
UPS 22.
yeah, he's just flying us onto
UPS
course.
22. Contact approach on 134.1.
134.1.
All right, 134.1. 34.1. There we go. Check in with them.
Control UPS 22.
So hopefully we should get NAV 2.
Expect RNAV approach runway 33.
RNAV 33.
Expect RNAV approach runway 33. UPS 22.
Yeah, we're pretty much like we're about to like overfly the airport right over here.
105 to Yankee Romeo and F5.
Heading 105 for Yankee Romeo. Continue on navigation. UPS 22.
Alright, I just got my ground speed really low here. Go mist, hold it nav 2, get a descent in. I think what this ATC will probably do is just vector me around a bit until we get to our target altitude and then vector us on a final. So I've probably done maybe fewer than 10 flights with Pro ATC, but I don't think any of them have given me a transition waypoint.
Order F22, change heading to 105 to Yankee Romeo.
I think
F5.
Okay, I'm then heading to 105.
Heading 105 for Yankee Romeo. Continue on navigation.
It just always gives me it always just vectors me instead of just giving me an initial approach fix. But in this case, it's probably because there is not an initial approach fix. Oh, that's the hold. Sorry. 3-3 is here. Are these more than 90-degree turns? I think they are. So I think that's why. I think because, yeah, we're up here now. Our original flight path took us here, right on this orange line. And all of the initial approach fixes are down this way. And I think all of them are a greater than 90-degree left-hand turn. So I think that's why they vector us. I think that's the logic.
Heading 105 for Yankee Romeo. Continue on navigation. UPS 22.
Wait, I don't want... If we take a 105 heading... I mean, we're about to be on course, so that's fine. I'm just going to wait for it to intercept our course to go direct to the VOR. So the VOR is... Where is the VOR? It looks like it's on the field right here, right? Like that little symbol right there.
Order F22, change heading to 105 to Yankee Romeo and F5.
105.
Heading 105 for
Alright, we need to watch
Yankee
for
Romeo.
icing in these
Continue on
clouds. It's
navigation.
-5 out,
UPS
so
22.
see if we get iced up at all. Yep, we're getting icing, so let's go anti-ice on. And let's turn all the... This has auto anti-icing, so I can turn on just put these on auto and I can see when they're actually active right here. All right, so now we're turning towards 105 heading right now. So I just have nav mode on.
New order at 22, change heading to 105 to Yankee Romeo and F5.
Heading 105 for Yankee Romeo.
So-
Continue on navigation. UPS 22.
I'm not sure about what they're doing right here because I don't see... So they have 3 initial approach fixes. I don't see anything showing a procedure turn or a hold in lieu of procedure turn here. So I don't think that this is realistic, that it's having us go over the VOR first. It seems like it should have taken us to one of these initial approach fixes or just had us turn south and vector us onto this final approach course at 334 right here. So this is a little strange. Let's see, our current ground speed with like idle, we're still descending, but it's 157 right now. Trying to figure out here. So as we're approaching, we're going to be more like, you know, our final approach speed is going to be about 90. So it looks like our glide path angle, our feet per minute will be about 478. So call it 500 feet per minute on the descent once we need to capture the glide path in. They said descend to 3,500 feet.
3,500,
Right.
UPS 22.
Yeah, we're still descending. All right, descending to 3,500. Yeah, I think realistically they should have like taken us out. I mean, there's terrain here, but it should have, or maybe it's gonna fly us out that way. It only shows 1,000 here, 1,000, 1,100. Then our altitudes go down to, okay, 3,100 is recommended, and then down to 1,900 eventually to capture the glide slope down, or glide path in this case. All right, see how this goes. So I'm like overflying the runway is where it's having me going. Should just chop and drop and just land right here. I'm kind of curious what it's going to do next though, if it's going to... Oh, I should give it some more throttle here. It's just taking forever because of that. Yeah, I'm just curious if it's going to actually give us an approach fix to go to or not. Or if it's just going to like vector me around in circles. Yeah, I think the 530 seems a little wonky right now, even with the mod. And the 750, I know it got patched, but I haven't tried that yet. So maybe I can give the 750 a try in the next flight, or switch to the G1000 model again. It just seems a little weird that it's taking us over the VOR, even though there's no depiction of any kind of reversal procedure here. I have to redo the G1000. It has you in a hold. Oh, if you're trapped, you need to hit the suspend button on the PFD. In the bottom center, make sure you're on the main menu for the soft key menus, and it'll be in suspend mode. So it'll keep going in circles and holding you on the track until you hit suspend, and that'll resume to your next GPS waypoint. But what you should probably be putting in is like making sure you have like the new procedure you're gonna fly loaded in or something like that. So if you're gonna fly like to a new waypoint after that, make sure that's loaded in too, so you can tell it where to go. All right, let's see if they turn us outbound right now. So we're flying right over we just flew over the field, so I'm curious if they're gonna turn us outbound and have us fly out this way. Like over where Wilco is right there. Fly around that way would be the procedure. Man, this weather's looking kind of crappy here, huh? This is like the precursor to the hurricane.
Turn right, heading 210.
Yep, right heading 210.
Right turn to heading 210. UPS 22.
Ooh, I'm almost overspeeding. I am overspeeding. All right, right turn heading 210. Good timing with all these clouds in front of us. We get to dodge these a little bit. Oh man, the lighting looks so good through the clouds. Beautiful. All right, Oliver, take it easy, man. I'll see you on the next one. I'll probably stream again this weekend, so either tomorrow or Sunday. Do a couple more flights. All right, 210 on the heading. So, are they just having us like fly a visual at this point? Like, look how close we are to the final approach course on this heading. I mean, the airport is right behind us. Right to the right, I mean. And this will be the runway going this direction. Oh no, it's this direction, huh? This is 3-3. What are they having us do right here? This must be, what is it, 2-6? Yeah, so here's 3-3 right here, which looks to be the shorter of the runways. This one looks like super long runway right here. Hey, at least it's pretty outside. It's like Parandis and Ape are both lining up for the RNAV. Yeah, it looks like it's basically having me... Oh, is it having us go right to Nabub over here? It might have us go... It looks like it's having us go over here. That's so weird. Why wouldn't it just fly us to that IAF? That's kind of weird. I mean, I know Microsoft ATC does not give you vectors, but at least it pretty much generally gives you an initial approach fix. And sometimes they'll say that they'll give you vectors, but they really don't. They give you like one vector, and then they stop giving you vectors. So, man, I don't know. Does anybody know if you set Microsoft ATC sound, instead of having it on Azure, which is like the cloud-based ones that Microsoft has, if you turn it to offline, does that use the voices on Windows? Does that use your like text-to-speech voices? Because if it does, then couldn't I use like the Amazon Poly voices that I got together for, I got configured for pilot to ATC and use those with Microsoft Flight Sim? I wonder if that's something, if that's doable. It's probably not, because I feel like I would have heard about it. Oh wait, there's a... I'm just Googling about it really quickly while we wait for ATC to tell us what to do. Is this from Microsoft Flight Simulator? Edit to voice back?
Turn left, heading 125.
Alright, heading 125.
125.
Left turn 125. Alright, so it's lining us up for final then. So it's gonna need to... Let's see, we're at 3,500 feet. And actually, somehow the over here it's working. It says 2992 on the autopilot, but it's got us at the right altitude, so. All right, it's vectoring us on the final right now. Or sorry, it's vectoring us towards this Dumro waypoint right here. But it's turning us around for final. So 334 is going to be our final approach course. And then it's going to have us go down to 1900 at some point. It might do 3100 in between. But 1900 is going to be our ultimate altitude target here to capture the glide path. Now, I don't know how the 530 is going to handle the glide path. I'm not sure that it can. So in the case that it can't, we need to descend at about, if we're going 100 knots, 531 feet per minute. If we're going 90, it's 478. So I could interpolate that, right? If I do 531 divided by 100, 5.31. So 5.31 times 90 should give us around 478. 5.31 times 90. Yep, 478. So if I take 5.31, multiply that by our ground speed, that's how we can interpolate what our rate of descent will be. I've actually never done that, but that makes sense to me. And it seems to work out. So if I do 5.31 times 140, yeah, we get 743. So yeah, here it's showing that at this speed, so at 90 knots, 478. At 100, it's 531, so that means 5.31. So if we take 5.31 and multiply that by any of these other speeds, we'll get that resulting number. I mean, by showing us 100, they're basically giving us the math right there. So how we can interpolate it based on our exact ground speed. And we do get our ground speed here on the 530. So I'll just do that.
Turn left heading 040.
All right, 040 now.
Left turn to heading 040, UPS 22.
22, turn left heading 040. Cleared, RNAV approach runway 33.
All right, cleared runway
Left turn to heading
33 RNAV
040.
approach. So
RNAV approach,
we can
runway
go down to
33,
3100
UPS
right now. So I'm going to start that descent. And I'm going to go at 500. Or we're at 100 and what are we at on the speed here? 113 ground speed. So if I take that and multiply by, what is it, 5.31, 600 feet per minute will give us our rate of descent for 3 degrees. But yeah, I could also just multiply ground speed by 5. That gives us roughly the same rule, just this times 5. Hey Todd, what's up? Never activated the approach. Well, that's because they didn't vector us to an initial approach fix. So all activating the approach does on the 530 is set a direct to the first waypoint in the approach procedure. But this ATC add-on's been vectoring me, so they never cleared me directly to a specific fix. So that wouldn't do anything. Approach mode on the autopilot, I don't think it's capable of capturing the vertical guidance for this approach. If it was, that's where we would activate approach mode on autopilot separately. But activating an approach on GPS on a Garmin, all it actually does is set your direct waypoint, your direct to waypoint.
Frequency is 119.1.
All right, cleared for final approach 33. Contact tower at the
Final
marker
approach speed.
119
Tower
or 1.
119.1. UPS
So we'll get ready for
22.
119 or 1. All right, 119 or 0.1. Let's switch over and check in.
Tower, UPS 22. On final, runway 33. UPS 22. Slow to final approach speed. Altimeter 29.70. Clear to land runway 33.
All right, so... Okay, yeah, we're clear. Okay, 2970, clear to
Final
land
approach
runway
speed. Altimeter
33.
29.70. Clear to land runway 33. UPS
So now,
22.
so I didn't actually have an approach loaded in, so if I do want that GPS guidance, yeah, I would activate. I could activate soon. I haven't activated just because we didn't use an IAF yet. We didn't use one. They've just been vectoring us the whole time. But now I need to make sure that I don't activate a waypoint that's behind us with the approach. And I also don't think, we'll see right here, but I'm not sure if I can choose vectors in this 530 or not. I don't think it was on the list. And Dumro is not our waypoint, so I'm gonna activate it, but I need to also go in and I need to skip ahead to a different waypoint. I need to skip ahead to Mbeb. Dumro is where we're at. I'm gonna go direct to Mbeb instead and see if this works. Yeah, so if I use activate approach, it's going to activate one of these initial approach fixes that I would have selected. So instead of, or I was in heading mode, so it didn't matter. But basically I needed to force it to get us to this one. Actually, I should activate the leg instead is what I should do. Because I want to be on that exact course to MREB, not just direct from my current position. Oh, it said to activate the approach first. Now it's changing to the wrong waypoint, so I need to switch to heading mode. Menu, activate leg, and it's not letting me. Alright, that's a bug. So that's probably a 530 bug, and now I need to just go back and do direct to mbeb. Otherwise it's just not going to let me do it. Direct to enter. We might be off course just a little bit, but at least we'll end up at the right waypoint. And then our altitude, we need to get down to 1900. Probably a little bit early on that too, or a little bit late on that. Let's see, are we crossed over? Yeah, we're under dumb rower already. And as far as I know, we're probably not going to get the vertical guidance on this because it's not the G1000 and it's not going to give us the glide path, even though I think it's LPV, right? Yeah, it's an LPV, so that gives us vertical guidance, kind of like an ILS. So we're just going to have to do it by hand, at least with the descent. Alright, pulling the throttle out. Prop is full forward. Landing lights are still on. What's our outside air temperature? It's under 10. It looks like it's 2 still, so I'm going to leave pitot heat on for now. Can turn off the anti-ice off auto. Hey, Ivan, will I stream tomorrow? Either tomorrow or Sunday, yeah. I'm not sure. Probably tomorrow. Alright, so we're off from the runway just because we're taking this path direct to this waypoint that's over here, so we're not on the active leg because it won't let me activate it, which is a little annoying. We're going direct to this waypoint, and then our next waypoint will be correct. Oh, whoops, I wasn't in nav mode either. Just doing all sorts of mess ups. It's crazy like how disoriented I'll get. The avionics just aren't doing what I want them to do. Yeah, that's the problem with relying on them too much like I do. Alright, we're already at 1900, so we're going to start our descent down to our missed altitude, so all the way down to 350. And we're going to go down at 500 feet per minute. So if I just take my ground speed, 96, multiply by 5, that gives us a rough 3-degree rule of thumb there. Or if we want to interpolate here, so we're at 100 on the ground speed now, so that's 531. So we will need to be a little more than 500 feet per minute. But this will be fine. I think in this case we would actually, like, I don't think it's considered an emergency, but I think we would have to tell ATC that our equipment isn't working, that it's not able to actually fly that approach because we can't capture the vertical guidance. Yeah, it doesn't recognize this approach type. Only the G1000 and maybe some better airliners and stuff will, but yeah, in this case, I think realistically we probably wouldn't even be able to fly the approach because our equipment's not capable. It should be in theory, it's just, yeah, it's not because of how just kind of basic the 530 implementation is. Alright, we are 3.7 miles from the runway. And we have like a 13 knot headwind here. Missed approach instructions, should have reviewed those already too. 3,200 feet, then direct nav 2. But we're using our autopilot right now for the descent because we can't capture it, so we're not able to set that yet. All right, looks like we're a little high. This is a long flight. We normally don't do like 200-mile flights. Oh, I said we were high, but we're low. Did I look at red and say it looks like we're high? All right, there's the 2 white.
UPS 22, gate is left, contact ground on 121.9er.
All right, it said gate is left. I'm going beta. We got a ton of runway left though, but I think I might have to turn around here.
121.9er, UPS 22.
Let's check the diagram here. There's an exit up ahead. Looks like there's a closed taxiway up there. Well, the sim doesn't honor those, and ATC said to exit left, right? So let's just go up here and see if it's physically there. Otherwise, we have to... I guess we could exit here and then always... Either way, we have to get on a runway if this doesn't exist up here. Alright, looks like it does exist. Not supposed to use this, but... Oh, it's a closed runway, isn't it? That's what it is. It's a scenic route. Alright, ground is 1219. Let me get that dialed in. 121. What number is that? 1? Those winds were very kind. Alright, let's check in with the ground.
UPS 22 is cleared off the runway. Request taxi for parking.
UPS 22, taxi right Bravo Alpha Delta 2, Terminal 1, parking position 1.
It always puts us at 1. Bravo, Alpha, Delta.
Bravo, Alpha, Delta. Terminal 1,
Bravo
parking position
is
1,
over
UPS
there.
22.
Alpha is over here. Delta is over here. Yeah, these taxi instructions don't make a lot of sense. But we don't need anything after that. We can just go park anywhere. OnAir Company doesn't care where we park. Big Smoke got to the same kind of area I'm in. Hey Eric, what's up? That was a pretty good landing. That hopefully makes up for my other one, but the winds were like right on the nose this time, like 10 knot headwind. That was a easy to land situation. Eric says, I'm back from playing Flight Sim for a little bit toward my hometown. This game is crazy. Oh no, he called it a game. Yeah, I call it a game all the time. I'm just joking, but awesome. Yeah, it's incredible. All right, anybody coming on final? Yep, somebody's on the runway. Is that the Airbus? Is Firebird in the Airbus? Oh, there's a bunch of people on the runway. All right, it's a party. I'm just gonna go park over here. I'll just off-road this thing a little bit. We're in a Grand Caravan. It has to touch grass. All right, I already put the flaps up, taxi lights on, landing lights off, strobe off, pitot heat off on the ground. Man, that was a really long flight. I mean, I know it's not really, really long, but nice, Dave. That engine sounded awesome. I know it's not super long. I know some people do like, you know, cross-country flights or whatever. They'll do like, they'll do flights, you know, 6-hour flights or whatever. For me, like 2 hours is pretty crazy. I don't even see like any ground crew things. Like there's a truck. Where are the ground workers at? Victor says, looking into trying the Caravan. I understand throttle, prop, and condition. Red lever on the left, that's on normal. That's in case the primary throttle control doesn't work, you can manually override it. It doesn't work in the default Grand Caravan. I happen to be flying a Payware Grand Caravan that's like a... It's an analog mod, so it has like a different interior, and they enabled it. So this is emergency. It's basically your emergency throttle, and it is functional in this mod, but it's not functional in the other one, and it's just for like emergency situations. So unless you're using something that'll give you failures, you don't even have to. You won't even have a situation where you'll use it. So, but yeah, it's not usable in the normal version of the Grand Caravan. All right, let's just do prop, feather the prop. I'll turn the bleed air heat off because I always forget to do that. All the lights are off. Avionics can come off. We can do fuel shut off. We can do shut off up here. All right, OnAir Company just sent me a notification, so it says we did it. Get credit in Microsoft Flight Sim for the logbook. There we go. All right, I think I should switch to... should I switch to the regular Caravan or... Yeah, I don't have the 750, the GTN installed, so... Oh, I love that it actually feathers the prop in this too, which is awesome. So I think I'm going to switch to the regular Grand Caravan, the one Victor's using with the G1000. Just so if I get an approach, then things will work as I expect them to. Yeah, there seems to be just some things wrong with the 530. I don't know about the GTN 750. I don't know if anybody in chat has the 750 on, like if they've tried it. Hopefully the 750 works. Todd says, when ATC tells you you're cleared, it's up to you. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's why we did the descending ourselves. But on this specific approach, because it's an LPV approach, and the 530 here is not... This thing isn't capable of capturing the glide path for that RNAV approach. So I just had to fly it manually with the autopilot. But yeah, we just got it cleared to land. They cleared us for the approach, and then they cleared us to land. But they had already vectored us all the way around. We didn't have an initial approach fix to follow the entire time. They just kind of vectored us around on final approach course like they would with an ILS approach, potentially. So yeah, once they cleared us, there was no more communication with ATC until we landed. Use the 750 and the 310 with no issues. Okay, cool. It's working for you too, Mike? Awesome. Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to restart the sim, so maybe I'll use that tomorrow or on Sunday. Use the 750 and the 310 again. I'll just switch to the regular 208 now. Yeah, the 350 just had, or the 530 just has a bunch of bugs. Like I couldn't activate the leg I wanted to activate. Before approaching the airport, when cleared for the approach, Right, but they didn't clear us for the approach until they had vectored us around already. So they were giving us headings all the way until that initial approach fix that was kind of to the southwest of the final approach course. They did not give us an initial approach fix, so we were listening to ATC that whole time because they kept vectoring us. It basically vectored us kind of like how it would for an ILS approach. So in that case, we listened to vectors until they clear us for the rest of approach, which they did. So we didn't get instructions after they cleared us. And after they cleared us, I went direct to the waypoint that I was able to, just because I don't know why the 530 wouldn't let me, it wouldn't let me activate the leg. So I was off course a little bit until we intercepted the FAF. And then after we did that, then we were on course to the next waypoint. But yeah, if the avionics were working, that would have been a lot more precise, especially if we had vertical guidance. But the G1000 does that. The 530 doesn't do that yet. But I think because those improvements will come eventually, we'll be able to do those same approaches using the 530 once we get the working title version. So that'll be pretty awesome. All right, let's go to, I'm going to switch over just to the regular 208. We'll get the G1000 goodness. All right, and successful landing this time. All right, very smooth. Sweet. My last one, I think the last successful one was a hard landing. So this is back more towards the normal smooth or very smooth. I mean, that was just an easy landing because the winds were awesome. All right, nice. Let's go more. I guess we have to go to the north now because we're pretty much along the coast, right? What was also weird about that approach is that ATC flew us over the VOR, had us overfly the airport first. So it's just kind of a weird thing using a third-party ATC program because I don't know the reason why it wouldn't bring us to that south initial approach fix, and then we just make the 90-degree turn to the left onto the final approach course. Microsoft Flight Sim ATC does that very often. It'll give you an initial approach fix. But this one, for some reason, it seems to like default to vectoring us onto everything. But at the same time, I really love that it talks. I don't know. There's something about it that's nice. Like it can give you a departure procedure and an arrival, which Microsoft can't do. Not yet. So it's just kind of a trade-off. The approaches seem to be kind of crappy, though, the way they do them. Like overflying, they had us descend way too late. Overflying the airport first before going out, making this weird, like, more than 180-degree turnaround is super weird. That stuff just didn't make any sense. All right, so we can go further out to the coast here. I assume I'm going to need to get pretty far north here. And I don't know. I have to figure this out for maybe 2 streams from now. How far we're able to get and how long it's going to take us to fly over there too. Like this was from here to here. That was 230 miles. So yeah, I have to figure out how long it'll take us to get over to Greenland. I mean, maybe, let me check really quickly. I'm just going to put in 1,000 miles and see if there's even jobs out there. From the last waypoint before the airport, ATC cleared you. Guide to the approach fix. They didn't assign us a fix though. They brought us directly to the airport. Yankee Yankee Romeo is the VOR they vectored us to. That was the instruction they gave us, and then they gave us vectors outbound, and then they had us turn around and intercept the final approach course. So they're giving us vectors the entire time, is what happened. That's why I ended up overflying the airport first, then turning southeast outbound on the final approach course, and then U-turning. Those were all vectors they gave the entire time, so that's what I was listening to. Next stop on this route is southern Greenland. So I guess I could go, yeah, maybe do another hop here to the east then. Yeah, okay, right up here. So here's one. Yeah, 16,000 for the job. Oh, great. Transport dangerous materials. Oh, okay, Todd. For those pre-flighting along, cheers. Hey Skits, what's up? Yeah, I don't know that I'm ready to do a how far is it? 674 nautical miles. So yeah, mattering the winds, what that'll take us, would it take about 4 to 5 hours probably? I mean, it matters the winds and all that, so I'm not really sure. Todd, I think you just don't, I don't think you're understanding what actually happened with the ATC. I realize that in the real world, you would get vectors to a final approach course, or you would get an initial approach fix to follow. But we didn't get either of those. What we got were vectors to overfly the airport's VOR. The code of that VOR is Yankee Yankee Romeo. And then it vectored me outbound away from the final approach course. And then you turned me around to the final approach course. So while it's giving me vectors, I'm following the vectors. So I'm not sure if you get it. Not trying to be a dick, but that's what happened. I wouldn't have overflown the airport. I was following ATC's instructions, even if it's not realistic. So this is also something I'm trying in this stream, which is a third-party ATC add-on, and they all vary. So in this case, it vectored us over the airport, over the VOR that's on the field was the first thing that happened during that entire situation. You can rewind and watch it again if you want to. Yeah, 4 to 5 hour flight is quite a bit. Yeah. I mean, I'll have to do it at some point, or we could switch over to do something like use a different plane to do it. That's an option too. But yeah, I'm not super excited about like a 6-hour flight in the Grand Caravan. We'll see how it goes. All right, let me see what job makes sense. I'll just do another short one here, like shorter relative to that one. You can do one like over here to one of these airports. Let me see what the sizes of these airports are. This is a really small one. Some of these could potentially be like grass strip size airports. And I think this size 1 airport limitation might be like 2,000, like a 2,000 foot runway. So ideally we have at least like a size 2 airport just because it's also more likely to be towered. Actually, we may not even have a towered airport available over here. So another place I could check, it's a little out of my wheelhouse because we're not in the US, so checking things like SkyVector is not necessarily as good. I'm not going to get all of the same information necessarily. I mean, we could just land at a smaller airport. I just need to check the runway size here, the runway length, to make sure that we can actually land here. How about the King Air cruises faster? I haven't flown it. But I might need to poorly fly a plane I haven't flown before to, yeah, just save some time. Because, yeah, it's going to be a little ridiculous. All right, let me check this airport. I think these runways at size 1 are like 2,000 feet. Okay, 2,700 feet. Oh, what's the landing roll for the Grand Caravan? I think it's around there. It's between 2 and 3. It's not, or it's around, I think it's around 2,200 or so. Minimum required runway length 2,500 feet. So we should be able to land there, and especially, I mean, we have a reverse, so that'll be fine. We have our beta mode, so we can stop sooner than if we didn't. Might have to buy the 414. You're no longer downtown. You're at last great airport in that part of the world. I know. Yeah, this is out of my. I don't have experience with doing these, so doing this kind of flying. So yeah, well, that's what makes it fun. Is yeah, trying something different finally, instead of just flying from like comfortable towered airports throughout the U.S. So this one could work. I mean, let's see. Okay, night capabilities. So I can look up the real world info on this, but does it even say lighting? I don't think it tells us if there's lighting or anything. Let's see what SkyVector says. Open to the public, 223 feet MSL, runway ID light. So it has strobes. Happy for aircraft with eye to wheel height up to 10 feet. abbreviated PAPI. So there's some sort of lighting. I mean, we're gonna change it to fly during the day either way. Gravel surface runway, 2,500 feet by 75 feet. So we have that one. The other ones are gonna be similar. Like all of these airports are gonna have a similar runway length at the least. So I guess the question is, do we fly? Yeah, I think we want to fly a little more north. So one of these three would make more sense. Altitude at 46 feet. The Davis Inlet, altitude at 25 feet. I think maybe further north makes sense. I'm not sure how far north we're gonna want to go though. Yeah, I see your messages, Oliver. Yeah, I'm just multitasking. Enjoyed a Torta and watched a quick video of inserting the flight plan on the MCDU through SimBrief. Oh, okay. Wait, what are you flying then? All right, so let's see this one. Let's look at the sky vector info here. It doesn't find it. Okay. And let me make sure it's in the database here. Sometimes like it's in one database and not the other. Okay, it is an airport here in the actual sim with no parking spots. And a dirt runway. I'd rather go for the gravel, I guess. I mean, it doesn't really matter in the Grand Caravan. Do we do a dirt runway? A short dirt runway for the last flight? I guess so. The weather, yeah, the weather is the sketchy part though. Like, look at this. All right, let me end the flight. I'm also trying to figure out if I want to use Pro ATC again or not. Maybe I'll give it one more try. $2,600 feet. And we don't have any data about this one. I'm just going to go to the closer one. Yeah, I'm going to go to the closer one that says it has lighting. I'm already 3 hours into the stream, so if it can be 4 hours instead of like 5 or something, then whoever that was, your eyes didn't blink. Yeah, it's just the spam bot, so I just have to click remove. I'm trying to avoid adding, I'm trying to avoid changing it to subscriber only mode because I don't like when channels do that. Like require you to subscribe to chat is kind of a cheap way to get a subscriber. But it is a good anti-spam measure. The shortest route to where you're going is from where you're at. Going further north will make it harder. Oh, really? Let's see. Okay, what about if we just go a little east over to here then? This is pretty close. 87 nautical miles. But we do have a longer runway length here, right? So if we end up needing a larger plane, then yeah, we might not have the runway length we need to take off from this tiny one over here to the east. Oh no. So that makes sense. Maybe yeah, I actually turned the bot off, Mike. I've been just clicking it myself. But it's you and me racing at this point, not the bot. Man, maybe, I don't know, maybe I should just be done for the day. Maybe I should maybe we could just fly around somewhere else really quick. Maybe do some New Zealand flying or something and save this crossing for the next stream. And then figure out which plane to fly. Because here, like, also I need to find which runway, or sorry, which airport is a larger airport to go over here. So I think I should just turn OnAir off for today. And we can just go fly somewhere pretty for an hour or so. Wait, you've done this in real life? Really? Dude, that is crazy. Really? Yeah, this is, I actually like have to do my homework. I normally just like open it up, pick a leg, you know, pick a route and then just fly. Not really worry about it. CYWK has a 3,900 foot runway. Oh, right over here. Oh, that's pretty good. Let me see what it shows here. Oh yeah, 3,900 feet. Do they have fuel service? They do. Okay. 100 low lead jet fuel. Okay, they have jet and 100 LL. Runway, and then it has strobes too. Yeah, 4,000 feet. I mean, I'm most likely, I mean, even worst case, I could fly like the TBM or something like that. Yeah, that might not be bad. TBM 930 runway length requirement. Takeoff runway distance of 726 meters. So that's around 2,000, a little more than 2,000 feet. So worst case scenario, yeah, okay. Yeah, I think we should fly to the east. Since we're here, yeah, just fly to the east. This one does have 4,000 feet, so that's a good one. Thanks, Parandis. Yeah, TBM to cross. And then we'll be able to take off from here. This place has fuel, so if I'm gonna do it with the OnAir Company, obviously I need to be able to fill it up. Maybe just to max, like I'll see how much we need. All right, I think we should just do this one. We'll fly further to the east. We'll go over here to CYWK. I'll have to update the route text once I get that. All right. So let me go back to the jobs list then. CYWK. And this is only 123 miles, so this won't be a super long flight either. So do I want to take some passengers? 4, 5, 6, 7. Looks like I can take a bunch of jobs here. Let me fill up like 6 passengers. All of these people are going to the same location. And over to SimBrief. Another question is, what approaches are available there? Okay, there's an RNAV for 08 and for 26. Let me open, I'm going to open Navigraph charts on the side here, like the full-on app. And look up CYWK really quickly. I know you can't see this because I don't have it shared, but I'm just looking up these approaches. Okay, one's an LNAV. Yeah, they're both LNAV approaches, so they'll get us down to 720 feet. It's around 708, or it's around 687 AGL. Okay, and then let me check the METAR there really quickly. I don't want to run into a situation. Whoops, METAR. CYWK METAR. All right, winds, where are clouds? Overcast at 13,000 feet. Okay. Visibility is 9 miles. Yeah, clouds are overcast at 13,000. Temperature is 10 dew point 5. Clouds scattered 2,000 feet in this TAF. But this is from 2300. What's Zulu time right now? 2:48 a.m. Okay. So that's starting... Wait, is this local time? I think this might be... Oh yeah, all times are local. So this is starting at 3 hours from now. So potentially 2,000 feet, but even if they're at 2,000, we can get 1,400 feet below that on that LNAV approach. All right, so we should be good. 2,400 for TBM. Yeah, that sounds right. I just Googled it really quickly. Who knows if what it said was correct, but all right, cool. All right, so let's go. I'm gonna start back into Goose Bay here. And it looks like we're just gonna get a direct flight, 42 minutes. Probably going to be direct even using SimBrief. So let me load back in. I'm using the regular 208 this time. Load onto the ramp. And then while that's loading, go over and get our new flight plan from SimBrief. All right. Lots of work. It's funny. The shorter the flight, the more like it feels like it's more planning than actual flying. All right, so then here we're at CYYR to CYCA in the 208. And we are going to take some passengers. I think I loaded like 5 or 6 passengers, so let's double check that over here. See how many we got going. Whoa. Oh, there's a ton of cargo too? Uh-oh. Okay, actually we can take a lot. Okay. Let's see what our maximum fuel is. Oh, we can take 100% fuel even with this. Okay, 4, 5, 7 passengers total. All right, 7 passengers and 422 pounds of cargo. 422 pounds in tons, 0.21. So I'm going to put 0.3 here to be safe. Okay, this all looks good. And then it's giving us what? YR? Is that an NDB? Oh man, I'm totally getting out of my comfort zone here of all like RNAV fixes and airways. Yep, it's an NDB, frequency 257. And that puts us on an airway. So we take YR, we fly over YR, I guess, and then we will fly outbound on a specific heading, I assume. And then there's a NDB at the far end. It's pretty much, I mean, this is their recommended route. Do I have GPS turned off here or something? Route type is auto, okay. Estimating our altitude at 6,000 feet. We'll see what ATC does, the ATC program. Your eyes are just jumping around the screen, the amount of planning. Oh yeah, sorry if I'm switching quickly. I want to make it fast enough where you guys aren't waiting forever. I'm going to close this for now. Okay. So I also, this time I also want to, I want to get the ATC clearance so we know what cruising altitude they're going to assign us before, and then redo the flight plan in SimBrief with that altitude. So I won't know the altitude. It's probably going to be different than the SimBrief estimated altitude. I guess I could check Navigraph and look at the minimum en route altitudes for the airways, but it could still assign us something higher. So I would just be guessing until we get the actual clearance. So we're going to do that first. Super excited to start your first official flight being realistic with SimBrief. Dude, SimBrief is such a great tool. Like, I didn't use it for a long time, so I'm still relatively new to using it too. By 2 more days, you'll be busy, but still stoked. Yeah, there's just, you know, there's endless amounts to learn. It's crazy. I feel like every single day I'm learning like multiple things. So yeah, it's really cool. Skits, I don't really do bush flights. Yeah, I don't, but I should. I want to start doing more of like the in-sim bush flights and the like discovery flights, the landing challenges, just to switch it up a little bit. I know I'm just doing on-air a lot, just doing these routes and planning. So for my own sanity too, yeah, switching it up would be a good idea. Whoever's in the Xbox Caravan, back up your controls. All right. So in this case, I'm just gonna use the direct route. We're just gonna go directly from one airport to the other. CYYR, we're just gonna use GPS, CYCA. So I'm just gonna do that. The route is valid. Yeah, but I mean, if we needed a backup, I guess we could use the NDBs if our GPS wasn't available. As far as I know in the sim, even with the new NXI, it doesn't like, it never takes away your GPS reception, so you always have GPS capability. Keep it to 0 discovery flights. Oh, yeah. 0 virtual discovery flights too. All right, let's get this started up, and then trying to think the order I do things here because I want to use ATC. So if I validate the fuel and payload here and get it started up, whatever, I'll just let it ding me for having it started already. That's fine. All right, we'll go battery and avionics 1. Prop full forward. Turn our fuel on up here. All right, and then starter to on and fuel pump to boost. All right, oil PSI is coming up. Introduce the fuels. ITT is rising. Okay, turn that off. Fuel boost back to normal. Standby alt power, reset, avionics 2 on, flaps down to takeoff position. Oops, I forgot the beacon. Uh-oh. And nav lights on too. All right. That's all good. So I'm just going to accept their flight plan for now. We're just going to do a direct route and look at the fuel. And then I'm going to check what altitude they assign us. And then I'm going to go back and edit it and regenerate the flight plan to put that altitude in. Oh, I have to put in a flight number. Let's put in UPS 22 again. 7 passengers, 0.3 on the freight for what we're taking from OnAir Company. Bush flight would be dope. Yeah, low and slow. Yeah, this ATC add-on too, it's also been giving me really high altitudes. For the last flight, it made sense. We were doing like 200 something miles, so I'm curious to see what it gives us this time. SimBrief's estimating 15,000, 1,071 on the block fuel. All right, so now that I have this, I can easily just import it into Pro ATC, so I'm gonna do that. I know you guys can't see this part, sorry for that. UPS 22, Goose Bay to Cartwright, and then I'll update the route in a second here. Actually, the route is going to be just direct, so it's going to be the simplest route ever. I'll just put in the whole thing with the NDBs just in case anybody wants those. If you're crazy and you want the NDBs. Oh, I know what I need to do with this text. Align right. Okay. And then I have to like do some weird thing in OBS. Here we go. Bounds. Stretch it out. Is that what I do? Nope. Oh, whatever. I'll just manually put it up there. All right, and we're gonna have to program that in, but I'm importing it into ATC now. Yeah, it's giving us 150 for our altitude too, 15,000. So that'll be fine. And then we're just gonna actually just go direct. So I'm editing that flight plan. We'll just have some company with ATC. All right, fly now. All right, so ATC. Oh, told me I did something wrong. Move the flight plan over to the right. The sky is blocking it. Yeah, I could. It's kind of hard. I can set it up later so it can have like an outline and stuff. Yeah, I could just put it in the bottom right for now, since I pretty much always have the panel in sight here, the interior of the plane. Okay, GPS, we'll program this. Actually, we don't have anything to program, right? I already put it in. We're just going direct, so nothing to program there, which is nice. Doing the Pro ATC thing again. Import from SimBrief. Grand Caravan, yes. Flight level 150 is their recommendation too, it looks like. Alright, we're going to tune in just to make sure. So, let's see, it doesn't give us... Let's see, active frequency is clearance delivery. Oh, that's weird. Oh, are we on? Maybe we're on a clearance. Oh, there is a clearance frequency here. Okay, cool. Alright, let's see if they respond to this.
Clearance delivery, UPS.
Why does that get reset when I hit that button? It's so weird.
UPS 22, cleared of Charlie Yankee, Charlie Alpha, via the Charlie Yankee, Yankee, Romeo 3, runway 33, departure. Expect vectors
They're
of
giving
Yankee,
us a
Romeo,
departure.
as filed. Climb to 12,000, expect 15,000 within 10 minutes after departure. Departure frequency is 119.5, squawk 4417, altimeter 29.75.
Okay, squawk 4417. Alright, so they cleared us to Cartwright, and they said use the Charlie Yankee Yankee Romeo 3, so the CYWK 3 departure, then with vectors, climb to 12,000, expect 15, and then 119 or 5 for the frequency, 4417 for the squawk, 2975 for our altimeter. So let me. So they're gonna bring us up to 15,000 instead. So while he's reading that back, I'm gonna go edit this just to get a more accurate fuel estimate here. So down here, I'm gonna put in 15,000 and then regenerate it.
UPS 22.
And
Read that correct. Contact
I
ground.
wonder if it has that
121.9er.
departure. Yeah, it doesn't have that as a SID, so yeah, that's really weird. Maybe it's an obstacle departure procedure or something. I'll check the chart. So yeah, we'll see what that does. Oh, and let's make sure. Yeah, 7 passengers, 0.3 on the freight. Regenerate the flight plan. Okay, and then he gave us.
22. Did you read?
Let's say again.
UPS 22.
UPS 22. Read that correct. Contact ground on 121.9er.
1219er. All right, 219 for ground.
Roger. 121.9er. UPS 22.
All right, let's go back here. Let's check our block fuel and then get OnAir Company set up. Oh, thanks a lot, Oliver. True inspiration. The amount of professional is incredible. Transitions, sharing another screen. Thanks, dude. Yeah, I'm always open to suggestions too. Like, you know, whatever you guys think will make this stream better. Let me know. Probably the first suggestion is do something other than OnAir Company. I would guess is one of the suggestions. I know that people like doing the more scenic group flights, like we did on Tuesday, just flying around New Zealand. You know, some people want more of like a guided tour kind of thing, but I'm not that person that's going to give you like historic facts about the areas we're flying around. You know, I'm more interested in the avionics in the plane, so yeah. Hey, Sonia. Okay, so that's all set. We have our ground frequency for when we're ready to get... We have to get, like, pushback permission, which is funny, but that's just how it works. All right, so our block fuel now, 1071. I don't think that changed very much with the new altitude. So I can finally go back into OnAir Company and make sure we have 1071 for our fuel. So we already do. We have 1,300 pounds of fuel already from our last flight that's left over. We still have 865 pounds available for payload, but we're good. We have 7 passengers and, 400 pounds of cargo. So we'll just load that up. So I have enough fuel. Once I hit track on the next screen, then it'll actually load it up in the plane in the sim. All right, so let's set all this other stuff up. So they said climb and maintain 12,000. So, and I'll check the departure in a second. I'm going to put in 12,000 on our selected altitude, G1000, 12,000. And then we need to squawk 4417. I'll eventually get there. The Grand Caravan autopilot only has a single knob. So some of the other ones have a dual knob, so you can do thousands of feet separately. All right, let's do altimeter setting now, 2975. 2975 right there using the barrow knob. And then this one is synced in this Grand Caravan, so our backup altimeter down here already has it automatically set to that. So that's good. Everything's good, Sonia. We're about to do our last flight, so I normally do like 2 flights. This one's shorter than the first one, but I'm making our way to the east, like the end of Newfoundland, so we can cross over to Greenland at some point. Probably in a faster plane, but yeah, that's where we're going now. Okay, that's all set. 119.5 is going to be our departure frequency. And they said to switch over to ground on 1219. So 219 for ground. Oops, a little too fast there. Holding shift while I do this so it's faster. All right, 121.9. And then our departure frequency, 119.5. All right, there's 119.5. So we'll need tower in between that, but we'll just put that in there for now. All right, 12,000 is good here. And then we need our transponder code down here. Transponder altitude reporting mode. 4417 is our squawk code. All right, so that's good right there, 4417. Okay, so yeah, we got everything. The only thing we didn't look at is the departure. I don't think it exists. First of all, I can check departure procedures here. Supposedly there are none. Oh, it's in here. Okay, so, well, this is interesting. Okay, so he gave us the departure procedure, but he didn't give us a runway, right? He did. Yeah, sorry, he did. Runway 33. All right, so there is a departure procedure. So it looks like it's just climb to 560 feet. So that's our like minimum before our first turn is 560 feet. All right, cool. So I'll load that. So apparently that doesn't exist in the SimBrief database, even though I'm using Navigraph to sync it up. So speaking of Navigraph, let's bring Navigraph up here. Load the flight plan from the G1000. Yeah, and it's... Oh, it is in here too. So it's just not in SimBrief for some reason. It's probably like an obstacle departure procedure. No, it's Goose Bay 3 departure. All right. All right, so let's load a few things here. Let's pin the taxiway diagram. Pin the departure. Yeah, so here is the departure procedure. Okay, yeah, vectors. So... And we're runway 33, so just look for the instructions down here. Initial climb is just climb runway heading 4 vectors. Maintain 6,000 for our altitude. He told us we're going to climb to 12,000. It says upon reaching 6,000 or the last assigned altitude. So he assigned us 12,000 already. Whichever is higher, proceed directly on course. Maintain this altitude for 10 minutes after takeoff. Then climb to the planned flight altitude. Okay, so we may, in theory, need a timer here to count up on that. So I'll prep that here. So once we take off, or once we get to that altitude of 6,000, it's basically telling us, even if we get up to 12,000, to wait 10 minutes so we go up to 15. But I have a feeling ATC is just going to tell us to climb to 15, but it's good to read this stuff anyway. I'm not super familiar with doing departure procedures anyway. I mostly have done approaches so far, so this stuff's pretty new to me anyway. 3,100 minimum sector altitude, and then, yeah, it's depending upon this NDB right here. Goose. Oh, wait, hold on. This is the NDB, sorry, YR, Yankee Romeo. This is the Goose NDB, so it's on 257. So we can tune into the NDB, which is non-directional beacon. So this is like old school, like even before VORs, like a simpler nav aid. You can hit ADF down here. Automatic direction finder is the instrument that points you in the direction of the NDB. So it just tells you where it is. So here we can tune into that by just putting in the frequency here. So the frequency is just 257. So I just put in 257. There, and then where is the transfer? Do I just hit enter? I haven't done this for a while. Yeah, I just hit enter. So now it transfers it over here. And then what we can do is go to PFD options and turn a bearing pointer on to the ADF. So there it is. So automatic direction finder. So right now, this little teal line here is pointing at the NDB, and that's all it does. It points to where the beacon is. So it's telling us that it's on if we fly a course of 055, that'll take us directly to the beacon. All right, so for us though, we're gonna take off. We're gonna take off from runway 33. So let's go ahead and look at the. Oh, it gives us departure frequency up there as well. We're gonna look at the airport diagram just to get the exact runway heading for runway 33, because we're gonna fly runway heading briefly until we're up to that altitude right here, 560 feet, and then we're gonna expect vectors at one point, but basically we can't make a turn. I think the thing is we can't make a turn until we're over that altitude on the departure procedure. But they assigned us 12,000 feet. They're going to give us vectors after that is what they said. So runway 33 right here is 334. So we could wait till we get to the runway. I'm just going to dial it in now. You could always like line up on the runway and then just sync your heading bug straight ahead. But I'm just going to be precise here and dial in 334. All right, and then let's get our autopilot prepped already. I'm just going to turn on heading mode with a shortcut I have. And I'm going to turn on flight level change mode and give us 115 for our... We could do like... I mean, there wasn't any... Let me see what the terrain looks like. It didn't say anything about obstacles, right? Yeah, this is like pretty flat. So we'll be fine just doing 115 to start. If we needed to climb faster, we could do VY, or what's not shown here is VX, which is our best angle of climb. So if there are obstacles, you could, at a maximum, climb, use VX, whatever that is. It's going to be less than 95. VY is best rate of climb. VX is best angle of climb. So for clearing obstacles, you may use something like your VX as your climb rate instead of VY, which is your best rate of climb. And then 115, that's just coming from like more of a cruise climb, so we'll have faster ground speed. So for us, I'm going to do 115 because we're not worried about obstacles, and that's what SimBrief expects us to use for our climb. But we could start at like 95 or 100 and then go up to 115, but it looks like it's pretty flat around here, so not worried about it. Oliver says, with all the knowledge on the plane, any emergency like the pilot getting incapacitated in real life, I do pretty good flying. I would poop my pants for sure. Uncertified flight instructor. Yeah, I do not fly in real life. I know a lot of people that sim do. I'm sure a bunch of you guys fly for real. I'm just a dork that likes the sim, and the only flying experiences I get is when I go with my partner and she flies, but I don't. I haven't been for a while though. It scares me a bit. I don't know the last time I went. We flew around for a bit. It was cool. We flew in a Cirrus last time. It was awesome. I'm just, more nervous. The older I get, the more nervous I get. 10 years ago, I was riding motorcycles. Nowadays, kind of scared to get in a small plane. All right, this is on. I'm going to switch back to the timer here. So NDB is all set up. We don't really need it, and they're going to give us vectors and everything, but that's how you tune into one if you want one on the G1000. All right, and then the timer, I'm going to set it to here just in case. I mean, they're going to give us vectors, so I'm not really expecting to need to use the timer to follow the departure procedure instructions. Whew, okay, that was a lot. And we can contact ground now. So let's see, everything's going, I think. I think we're all good. One thing you can also do, it's already set here because of the departure, but you can highlight the departure runway or the departure airport and use the middle FMS knob to choose your runway. Mine's being chosen already because we have the departure procedure pulled in here. I mean, the departure procedure is kind of funny just because what's good is it gives us that 560 foot like minimum for our first turn, and then tells us there's a manual sequence we have to do, so they're going to give us vectors. But I mean, we're pretty much just climbing on runway heading. We're going to hit that 500 feet really fast. All right, I think all that's good. Flaps are already set for takeoff position, so I'm going to turn taxi light on and turn the strobe on now too. And then we're going to contact ground. We have that in right here, so I'm just going to hit the button on my
Ground,
joystick
UPS
for that.
22. Request start up and pushback.
UPS 22.
They do the
Startup and
funny
pushback approved.
startup and pushback thing, which we don't need, so
Approved.
it's going to say
UPS
okay.
22.
Then move on to the next step, which is taxi.
Ground, UPS 22. Request taxi.
UPS 22. Taxi via Delta Alpha to runway 33.
All right, Delta Alpha to runway 33.
Via Delta Alpha to runway
And as
33.
usual, the
UPS 22.
real world versus in-sim taxiway instructions are just all totally wrong all the time, so. All right, we're gonna turn around. We're actually gonna take, it looks like Juliet to maybe Golf or Hotel to runway 33. So let's do that. Hopefully everything lines up right. You get your PPL. Oh, you're working towards your GA. Awesome, Skits. That's awesome. You are more courageous than I am. Yeah, I haven't even taken a discovery flight over here. I like the uncertified flight instructor. Hey Logan. Hey, it's been a while, Logan. Wait, Logan, don't you like fly jets or something? I'm pretty sure. Oh yeah, good night, Oliver. Are you taking off? Or is HG out of here? Sorry, HG's out of here, sorry. Night, HG, thanks for hanging out. Yeah, jets and... Oh yeah, Blackhawks, that's right, that's right. Yeah, I think the last time I saw you in the chat, you were talking about flying Blackhawks. Alright, we're going Juliet to either... It looks like... I don't know. Looks like Golf is sooner than Hotel. Is that Golf? Maybe it's just Hotel. I don't know. The diagram looks kind of funny. And then to runway 33. Oh, OnAir's not tracking. You're right. Thank you. Oh yeah, I have to pull back the time too. Oh man, thanks Derek. Let's see. 8 p.m. That would make it 11 p.m. on the East Coast. Maybe it's even midnight there. I'm gonna go back like 8 hours with the parking brake on. Derek just saved me. I didn't even load it actually. So it'll start the tracking. Oh no, I don't have the right plane. Oh, come on. All right, I have to fix the model. Luckily, it's gonna automatically do it for me. I just have to hit start again. Oh, it's not letting me. Yeah, I'm using Pro ATC tonight. I'm not really recommending anybody get either one of them yet, honestly, because they both had their issues. But I'm giving them some time to try it out. Good to see the stream going off. How's the new update? It's awesome. Yeah, get the new update. If you're on PC, it's always a little sketchy. You might have to, I mean, I reinstalled the whole sim. I don't think that I had to, but I did it anyway because I was on the beta. So it's always like your mileage may vary as far as like your mods and all that kind of stuff. But overall, it's amazing. The NXI is the new one, is the new default G1000. There's cloud updates, there's wind improvements, and for Xbox users, it's supposed to be amazing. So, okay, I need to. Oh man, this is so annoying. So the problem with OnAir Company right now is that it's I had the analog version basically. And what it's telling me is I don't have the right plane. Because I have the analog one, not the G1000 one, because I switched. So when I fix here, it says it's going to swap it, but then I think it's going to tell me I can't swap the plane. Yeah, I can only swap once a week. Alright, this is what I'm going to do. Hopefully I can do this quickly. I just stopped the rent, and I just need to teleport one plane here, and then I don't need to reload the sim or anything. I just need to restart this. So I'm going to go here, stop the rent. This is just on-air administration stuff. Go up to aircraft market. Big Mac, we're on USA West. And the starting airport's right here. I'll put it in the chat, but it's CYWK, Charlie, Yankee, Yankee, Romeo. And we're not really going to use the NDBs. We're just going to go direct with GPS, but the NDBs were in there for from the SimBrief flight plan. All right, we're gonna get this. November 1198 Bravo is gonna be our new rental. I'm gonna rent it and put everybody in first class seats. You can't see the little pop-up, but all right, first class seating. All right, now let's prepare it again. I need to fill it up to. Oh, it canceled the jobs too. All right, I'll find those jobs again. And for the fuel, 1,071 pounds. All right, find jobs at the current airport. Oh, it's at Van Nuys. Yeah, I have to teleport myself to CYWK. That's why. Yeah, I set Van Nuys as my, that's my home base. That's where I started. All right, so I transported them now. So now they're where we are. Oh, traffic jam? Sorry, guys. You can go line up on 3-3. You guys don't have to wait for me. I can be the one to catch up. I can't do time acceleration with OnAir Company, but yeah, sorry about the traffic jam. All right, and then we're going east here. CYWK. So let's see, I had 7 passengers, right? I could load 9 passengers. Just do that. And then we'll just give it as much fuel as we can, basically. Let's see, we had, I think we had like 400 pounds remaining before. Whoa, what is going on here? Oh, I think it brought in my old job now. Okay. All right, let me abandon the 9 passenger one. This one right here. I teleported, so I found the old job. All right, so we are gonna have the same jobs we had before. All right, load all this. Good, and then we're at over 1,000 pounds on the fuel. 1,071. There's 1,092. I'm gonna give it like 50 more pounds of fuel for all this waiting, and we have 800 pounds available still, so that's fine. All right, it's doing the loading down here. You continue the taxi a little bit while it's loading. New OnAir interface looks better. Yeah, they made some improvements. There is. Yeah, Parandus, go for it. Yeah, I haven't done that before either. We've been talking for a while now about starting a company, a virtual airline, if there's enough people that want to do it. I don't know that I'll be able to help manage it too often, but yeah, we want to make like a Couch Captain's virtual airline or something like that. We could do that and coordinate it on Discord and just all be working for the same company. I would even potentially take the time to learn how to make a custom livery for us if we want to do that. I could probably do that if there's enough people that want to do it. We've been talking about it for a bit, but yeah, that could be pretty fun. Oh, Jobu, you're down too? All right, maybe we should do that. Maybe we can get that started tonight and over the weekend.
UPS 22, contact tower on 119.1.
All right, 1191 for the tower.
119.1, UPS 22.
All right, let's see if we're loaded here. We are. I'm gonna go minus 8 hours and then start the tracking. Oh, it started tracking automatically. Oh, maybe it didn't. It kind of did. All right, it's tracking. Thank you so much for telling me. Was it Jared that that I didn't start the tracking? You saved me some money. All right. Yeah, I know, Cameron. All right, we should do. All right. I'm totally down. I'll make one, but I'm gonna have to promote a couple people to help manage it because I don't know where we're getting into. I think we should do it on the middle tier worlds though. Just because some people might want to do like the AI thing and have, you know, manage a ton of airliners with AI pilots. So I think we should do the middle tier difficulty for that reason. So we can have both human pilots and all the AI stuff just for the flexibility. So anybody that wants to play with that stuff can. If you guys disagree, though, let me know. We could do human only if you want. If we want to go thunder. But I don't know. Some people may want to do that, the AI kind of stuff, the tycoon style stuff, and open FBOs and all. You can do that on the human one too, but I don't know. Okay, all this stuff is set up the same. Tower is 111.9. So what I'm going to do is, remember, 1195 is our departure. So I'm going to swap to that first and then overwrite the old ground frequency with 119.1 for our tower, just so we don't lose the departure frequency and standby. I don't want to have to enter this when we take off. I just want to hit the swap button. All right, 1191. Xbox users, you can't get tracked with your actual human flights on Xbox. But if you're on Xbox, yeah, I don't know that anybody on Xbox would pay for OnAir. Because the only thing you can do is do the virtual flights. Like you would tell AI pilots, like computer pilots, to do the flight for you. I doubt the interest in that is super high, but yeah, it's for PC only for, yeah, tracking with the sim, unfortunately. All right, we're going to switch over to tower, or I already did switch over to tower. So I'm going to go hold shorter runway 33, and then let's be on our way finally. Outside air temperature is 7, so I'm turning pitot heat on right now. Let's see, landing lights, I'll turn those on too. Yes, there's another UPS livery. Who is that? That looks awesome. You're a mod on another channel. Awesome, Oliver. Yeah. Especially if you know how to do anything in OnAir. Like, I've never managed more than myself in OnAir Company, so I know you have to like invite people and promote them and all that stuff. So yeah, whatever you guys want to do with OnAir, we can figure it out in Discord like tonight and over the weekend. But I think maybe we could call it like couch captains or something like that. We're getting a tail wiggle here. All right, I'm switching over to tower now. We'll tell them we're ready to take off.
Short, runway 33, request departure.
UPS 22, line up runway 33.
All right, line up runway 33.
Lining up runway 33, UPS 22.
More UPS. So many UPS. Just gonna fly through you here. Excuse me. Excuse me. We can just all line up at once. Don't worry about we can't collide with each other. It's totally safe. It's good to line up all together anyway, just so we can be near each other once we take off.
UPS 22, wind 290 at 8, runway
all right, I'll go on the left side, I guess. All right, wind is 290 at 8.
Runway 33, cleared for takeoff. UPS.
So the wind's going to be out of our left side a little bit. 8 knots. We'll get a little crosswind component there. All right, we're clear for takeoff. Let's go. Waiting for the boys in front of us to go. What do we got? Is that the 310? Yeah, looks like we got a 310 and we got another Grand Caravan. Who's in front? Step on it. Oh, they're going. There we go. Big Smoke in the lead. All right, our rotation's at 70 knots here. There's 60, there's 70. It's so fun all taking off like right near each other at the same time. Oh, your avionics went out? All right, Dave, you can always catch up with using the time acceleration if you need to, if you're not using OnAir Company or anything.
UPS 22, contact departure on 119.5.
All right, we're already over that 500, and this is the way our route goes anyway.
190.5, UPS 22.
Whoops, don't forget flaps up, like I just did. All right, we're going to 119.5, so all I have to do is hit that comm swap button right there, and then I can start talking.
Departure UPS 22, passing 1,200 for 1,000.
UPS 22, contact departure on 119.5.
190.5.
119.5. Isn't that what we're on? Oh, I didn't swap it over. Whoops, I hit the wrong button. There we go.
Departure UPS 22,
My bad.
passing 1,700 for 1,000.
Yes, 2-2, radar contact. Continue via Charlie Yankee Romeo 3 departure route. Climb to 12,000.
All right, continue departure. Climb to 12,000.
Via CYWK.
All right, so we're cleared up to 12,000.
12,000 UPS 22.
Doing that, watching our torque here. Just not maxing the
Yes,
torque out.
2-2.
Pull the prop back just a little bit so it's red. Turn right heading 010.
Right turn to heading 010. UPS 22.
All right, right turn 010. I'm going to listen to the dude. 010 and heading mode. So yeah, he's turning us. Oh yeah, we weren't on course. We had passed the manual segment here, or manual sequence part. So he's gonna turn us to the right. It looks like to get onto course. And I'm gonna hit suspend down here because we're in a manual like sequence. So it's stopping us from going to the waypoint we want to go to. Oh, do I have to hit it twice? There we go. CYCA. I'm gonna have to activate the leg. Let's see. I haven't done a departure procedure that ends in a manual sequence like that. Huh. It doesn't like me. Alright, well, we're on heading 010, like they said, climbing for 12,000 feet. Pitot heat is on. Outside air temperature is 1 degree, though, so when we pass through these clouds up here, we're going to want to... we're probably going to need to turn on our anti-icing.
Right, heading 165.
Alright, turn right 165.
Right turn to heading 165. UPS 22.
Yes, 2-2. Continue on navigation.
Alright, then resume on navigation.
Continue on navigation. UPS.
Alright, let me see. This is a little weird here. How this is working with the departure procedure. I want the leg. I think what I'm going to do is actually remove the departure procedure. Oh, there is no remove. Okay, I'm just going to clear to remove it. I'm going to remove it, and that's... Okay, that brings back our original flight plan leg there. I have to see if that's a bug or not. That's that was a little weird. So, alright, so I just deleted the departure procedure just so we could get this course back that we intended to fly, just direct from one airport to the other. So it has us going in the correct direction to intercept that course already. So I have heading mode on. We're on the heading that he last assigned us, which was 165. And then I have GPS on standby, so that's nav mode on standby. Once we get close enough to the route, it'll activate GPS or nav mode, and it should turn us left. So we'll just monitor, make sure it does that. 5,500 feet, and we're still climbing 12,000. All right. And the clouds look awesome. It looks so good here. Yeah, so if you guys are using GPS, if you're using the G1000, you might need to do what I just did. I'm trying to go directly to the route, not direct from our current location to our destination, but I want the leg to be drawn from our original airport. Actually, I'm going to make it a little more accurate by just getting rid of the runway assignment too. Turn that back to none here. So it draws a line straight from the departure airport location to the arrival airport location. Yeah, these clouds right here look so good. Alright, Logan, what controls are you using and nowadays? I'm still using the Honeycomb Bravo throttle quadrant and the crosswinds for my rudder pedals, and then I still use the Airbus side stick. I do have a Honeycomb Alpha in the closet. I just don't use it. I just use the side stick. So TCA Airbus side stick in my left hand and the Honeycomb in the right. One thing I'll say about the Airbus side stick is it is nice and it's ambidextrous, so you can use it in either hand, which is what I was looking for. The twist axis on it died like pretty quickly. Besides that, it's been good, but if you're gonna look into something like that, then you might as well get the T16000. It has a lot more buttons on it than the Airbus one, and I think it's also ambidextrous, so other than that, I like it. It has a lot of buttons on it. It's like 12 buttons on the flat part of it on the base. It's just lacking buttons on the top portion, so All right, let me see if my next rad is on or not. It's off. Okay, so I'm not seeing any next rad data. I don't know how much next rad data we get in Canada, if any, but I'm just gonna keep an eye on the windshield for icing. And if we get it, then we'll just turn on the anti-icing. Those switches are right here. So I would just turn this one switch on, and then you can put max flow if you need it, if it's crazy. I don't know if windshield works or not.
Yes, 22. Climb and maintain 15,000.
All right, 15,000.
Climb and maintain 15,000. UPS 22.
All right, so let's update our altitude here from 12 to 15. 2975 on the altimeter. All right, I'm using the honeycomb for that. I think the honeycomb is like one of the best things, period. I know the Bravo doesn't work on the Xbox yet. Like, they just released the alpha that has Xbox compatibility. But man, it's so good. I use the autopilot controls on it all the time. Like, I pretty much have muscle memory on most of the controls now for that. So I can reach over and just like change the heading, change the selected altitude, change my indicated airspeed for flight level change mode. I printed out, like with a little label maker, the button labels and put it right on top of where the push buttons are for the autopilot. It's awesome. I love it. It's just great. And you can always rebind things. So like if you want a back course button instead, you know, or actually there is a back course button. If you want like one of those buttons, like the back course button to be your yaw damper, you can just rebind it and just put a little label on top like I did. So I think the Bravo is awesome. Almost as awesome as this Grand Caravan porpoising here we have off the left. It's beautiful. Yeah, Jobu, yeah. The AP is amazing. Logan bought the Thrustmaster Warthog HOTAS. Hasn't used it for a while with Flight Sim yet. Okay. Honeycomb looks awesome. Yeah, I mean, I had a HOTAS when I first started. I had like, oh God, I forget which one it was. It had a funny name to it. It wasn't the Warthog. It was another one. It had like LED lights on it. The throttle just kept pushing itself forward because of gravity and the way it was designed. So I got away from that one pretty quickly. It just like wasn't high quality enough, really. All right, our throttle still good. Prop is not in the red. That's good. Nothing showing up on next rad, and then yeah, everything else is fine. This thing is just so easy to fly. And we're still climbing. We just passed 10,000, so I'm turning landing lights off. Double check outside air temperature, -2 now. So if we get inside any of these clouds, we should expect some kind of icing, at least on the windshield. Have I thought about using track IR? I've tried track IR before. It felt really unnatural to me. Like, it's weird to me to turn my head while looking straight ahead with my eyes. That motion is really strange, so I didn't like it. I like keeping my head straight forward. Yeah, I know it looks really cool, like people that are good at using it. Like there are some, you know, like some of the other simmers, like I think Flying Fabio uses one really well, and his looks really smooth when he uses it. He's really good at using it. Yeah, in general, I don't know. It's a weird motion for me to turn my head while keeping my eyes straight. That's kind of disorienting. I don't know, maybe I'll give it a try in the future again, but yeah, I tried it and I returned it. I also just didn't like dealing with yet another cable, like to run alongside, clip on my headset, on my earphones, on my headphones and all that. Like, yeah. I forgot to start the timer here. We probably don't need this, but, oh no, actually we don't need it. But part of that departure said that once you're at your initial assigned altitude, ours was 12,000 feet, that you're supposed to start a timer and then fly that altitude for 10 minutes before going to your final cruise altitude. But ATC already told us to go up to 15,000, so we don't really need the timer. But that was part of that departure procedure. There's some scary clouds over there. Aggressive custom curves. Drewski uses it. Yeah. Yeah, I think there's a lot of people that use it, and they make it look really good. That's why I got it too. I was like, wow, that looks awesome. It looks more natural. I also found myself like, it's kind of weird because I'm so used to doing it with a mouse like zooming in like this, like I found myself like pulling my head closer to my monitor, or like turning my head and then zooming with the mouse wheel instead of moving my head forward. Felt kind of weird. You know, I do a lot of like really close zooming in like this when I'm setting things because I want it to be really clear. I want it to be real highly visible if you're on a phone, something like that. I don't know. I'll probably cave and try it again in the future. Whoops. Just fat fingered my escape key reaching for my my logger that's sitting here. ATC instructions always trump any altitudes or speeds on a departure and arrival. Yeah. Yeah, ATC is number one, right? Whatever they say, you do it. I think somebody just did a flyby, but they just kind of disappeared on my screen while it was happening. This looks so awesome. Good time for screenshots with these clouds. All right, let's check our altitude. 13,000, 2,000 feet to go until 15. Jobu, are you trolling me? Yeah, I did. I landed it. At the end of the stream on Tuesday, if you guys want to be entertained and see me kind of massively mess everything up all at once, yeah, go look at the end of Tuesday's stream. I crashed and it was not great. I was forcing a landing because I had been streaming 7 hours. All the avionics were breaking. ATC was breaking. It was just the perfect cocktail of problems, and I just forced it down and crashed it. So, yes, I landed the first flight. I think everybody landed it. The winds were really favorable too, so it was pretty easy landing. Even though my avionics weren't letting me do the approach automatically, I had to do it semi-manually. Yeah, having flight level change mode is such a game changer too. No pun intended. If you consider flight sim a game. Yeah, just having flight level change mode is just magic. Being able to set your target airspeed. I had a stall horn on the last flight because, you know, I was using just vertical speed mode, distracting myself, and you know, didn't realize that my indicated airspeed went down. We heard the stall horn. I had to nose it down pretty quick. Did they add helicopters? That's coming in November. Try my hand at that. I think I will have to, just for comedic purposes, just to make everybody laugh at me. Yeah, I mean, it'll be really cool when helicopters come out. I'm pretty stoked for that. I know, you know, we have the H-135 that's been made, and some other helicopters that exist in the marketplace, but I'm sure those developers are stoked that there's going to be like a true helicopter model for the sim. So yeah, it'll be awesome. That'll be in November. They're also giving away the A310, Airbus A310, for free, which is crazy, and like 5 other historic aircraft, 2 gliders, or at least it's a glider with a variation. Maybe it's a helicopter with a variation. It's at least 1 unique helicopter and glider like model, 5 classic planes, including the Wright brothers plane and the Airbus A310. So all those things are coming. Jobu says VY tells you the ideal climb. Yeah, VY is your best rate of climb. If you go higher than that, like we're doing, this is what
contact ended domestic on 120.4.
This is more of a cruise climb. So if you go faster, you'll get higher ground speed but slower rate of climb. All right, we're gonna switch over here.
UPS 22.
To be continued. All right, 120.4. All right, we're about to hit 15,000 right now. All right, 124. Contact them.
Gander domestic, UPS 22 at 15,000.
UPS 22, identify, continue on own navigation.
All right, continue on own navigation.
UPS 22.
And we're leveling off at 15,000. We'll just keep an eye on, I had my landing lights off already. And we'll just keep an eye on, first of all, clouds. We may need anti-icing if we get some icing here. And just check our speed, make sure that we don't overspeed because it was set for climb speed. Ideal descent with FLC. So let's see, FLC and GA, like with the G1000, you don't use it for descent, but you can. I've heard of airline, like people in jets and other airliners using flight level change, or synonymously IAS or indicated airspeed mode, to do their descent at a target airspeed. So it makes more sense in something like a jet where you want to stay under a certain airspeed for like legal reasons. So like you can't be over 250 knots when you're under 10,000 feet MSL. And then there are some other rules too. Like I think it's within certain airspaces you have to be below, is it like 230 or 210? There's some other rules around that. I'm sure somebody else in chat probably knows them. But in those cases, yeah, flight level change or IAS mode might make sense for those kind of situations. But generally, like when you're timing and calculating a descent, you do it based on your feet per minute. So feet per minute is your rate because you want to be able to calculate how quickly you're going to get to your target altitude at the bottom of your descent. So it makes sense to have a target feet per minute. That's the thing mainly you're concerned with, is how long is it going to take me to get down to my target altitude? And I think the general rule is you don't want to go any faster than 1,000 feet per minute in general for like human reasons. So at 1,000 feet per minute, you can easily, calculate that. So other planes, like you generally do it at 3 degrees flight path angle of descent. So one quick way to get that number is just multiply your descent ground speed by 5. That pretty much gives you a 3 degree flight path angle. But if that descent number is over 1,000 and you want to like be considerate of humans, you may want to max it at 1,000 feet per minute. But what we do have in the G1000 is VNAV. So VNAV is a way to calculate when to start descending and at what rate to descend in a precise way. So you can take VNAV and use that to descend to a certain waypoint at a certain target altitude. So I can actually show you that right now. So if I go to flight plan here, now this is our VNAV target altitude per waypoint. And we can actually, in the latest update of the NXI, we can set that even on the destination airport. Generally, you'll see those altitudes when you load in a procedure like a departure, an arrival, or an approach procedure. Those will have altitudes predetermined. So like when I bring up an approach chart, for example, like I was looking at on the last flight, it'll show you the altitudes you need to be at certain waypoints. So it'll be like descend to 3,500 by this waypoint, 3,000 by this waypoint, and then 1,800 by this waypoint that you'll intercept the glide slope for the ILS, that kind of thing. So what's cool is all of those, when you load a procedure, all of those altitudes come along with the procedure. All of those VNAV usable altitudes. And then what you can do is use VNAV up here to allow it to automatically start that descent right on time for you. So it's a way of precisely getting to an altitude at a specific waypoint. So when you use VNAV, say we set 5,000 feet at a certain waypoint, it'll show us the top of descent, kind of like it does right here. And then it'll show us the bottom of descent will be at that target waypoint. So VNAV is like the way to do it. So what I can do is, say for example, at this airport, we want to descend to like pattern altitude. This airport is around sea level. Say it's 100 feet. So we want to get down to 1,100 feet in altitude. So I use the FMS knob down here, move it, use the inner and outer knob to set this. And then when I hit enter, it now designates it as usable with VNAV. And the first thing it did is recalculate our top of descent. So it's saying, based on a descent path or a flight path angle right here of 3 degrees, so that's that roughly like 5 times our ground speed, will give us an angle of 3 degrees of descent. It's saying our top of descent is in 10 minutes, and it puts it on the map right here, 10 minutes. Also what it does is, over here, it puts a magenta number. This is our next VNAV altitude. We only have one waypoint, so it's just showing us for our next waypoint. We don't have one after that. So our current and last waypoint, our target altitude is 1,100 feet. So it's showing that there. So what I can do if I want to fly that, all I have to do is give it permission, first of all, to go below our selected altitude. So I would need to change my selected altitude like this all the way down to this VNAV altitude. Or to the very last VNAV altitude in my list. So it may be stepping us down, right? For an arrival or for an approach procedure, it'll have us go to 4,000, then 3,000, then 2,000. What I could do in advance is just bring my selected altitude all the way down to the very last altitude in that list. And I could do that just so I don't have to constantly do it. I mean, when you're listening to ATC though, like until they clear you for the approach, you can't just do those by yourself. Technically, you would listen to ATC's instructions until they clear you for the arrival, or for, in this case, like an approach. Clearing you for something means that you are just meant to follow the instructions that are listed. Do all the descents yourself. Anyway, once you have that set up, I would bring this down to 1100 right now, because that's our next one. All you have to do is hit the VNAV button over here. So it turned off because I didn't set it down. So let me set it down just so you can see it enable. So if I just move it a little bit below and hit VNAV, now it's armed. Here it says VPath. So that's the enunciation for VNAV being in standby. So it's going to follow a vertical path based on our VNAV altitudes. So now if I just leave it alone, as soon as it hits this top of descent right here, it's going to automatically pitch the airplane down. And what it's going to do is going to pitch it in a way to get a 3-degree flight path angle. So no matter what I do with my configuration, if I keep the throttle higher, I pull throttle out, it's going to pitch down and maintain that flight path angle based on our ground speed. So anyway, it'll just keep pitching us in a way that descends us fast enough to accurately get to 1,100 feet when we get to that waypoint. So in this case, we would reach 1,100 feet precisely when we're crossing over the airport. Which, in this case, it isn't very useful. Like, we don't really want to cross over the airport at that altitude. But what I could do is do something like, I could just turn this to be a little lower. So we're like lower before we get to the airport. There are some features it doesn't have, like doing it on what's called a cross track. So we could like line up for it and be at the pattern. Basically, if we were flying this direction, we could have it like turn and fly us to this point right here, like traffic pattern, making a traffic pattern, and get to traffic pattern altitude when we get to this point. But that feature isn't in yet. Anyway, I have another separate video all about VNAV. Actually, one of my very first NXI video goes over how to do all of that. So on an approach. But yeah, that's the gist of it. You just lower your target altitude and you enable VNAV mode. Yes, yeah, exactly. If you had a waypoint before it, it would set you up nicely, yeah. I mean, you can still use it. Like what I've done before is, what's nice, because autopilots, because the horizontal or lateral mode here is separate from the vertical mode, what I've done before is enable VPath and then take it off nav mode and put it on heading mode. And then just use heading mode to kind of, and my heading knob to kind of fake hand fly it to be parallel with the runway. And VNAV is still active during that. So that's one way to do it. Use heading mode and just fly by turning the heading knob, make your heading corrections with that to line up with the traffic pattern with your downwind. And then, just let VNAV take you down the altitude while you're doing that. Yeah, hopefully we'll see that like cross-track thing happen later. That would be really cool. Sorry, that was a really long explanation, but hopefully that helped out. And hopefully it didn't bore everyone else too much that wasn't interested. All right, so yeah, we're still on route. They said continue as filed, so that's the last thing we heard. I'm going to be paranoid and double check here. 120.4 is what we're on, so that matches what they assigned us. So we're just not hearing anything else from them. And we're not icing up or anything. -8 outside. Our winds... Do I have the wind on? Yeah, we have 11 knot tailwind and 44 knot crosswind. Oh man, I'm not even sure if we're supposed to be flying in these kind of winds with this thing. Cameron, use FLC for descent. Control feet per minute with power. Yeah. You find it easier to control your vertical speed rather than your airspeed. I mean, especially if you're flying something fast, but Yeah, for me, yeah, I use vertical speed for descent only. I never use flight level change for descent. And then if I have it, obviously always use flight level change for climbing. I mean, that's where it's even more important. I mean, I don't know if it's more important or not. You don't want to overspeed, obviously, but a stall sounds way scarier to me than overspeeding for a brief moment. But yeah, in general, yeah, I use vertical speed for descent and flight level change for climbing, if it's available. And every time I see the 310 as well, I just want to fly it again. It's so cool. I miss the bobblehead. That's what I need, is a bobblehead. I need Einstein here, or a troll doll, or a little James Hetfield, something. I was just thinking a sunroof. Insulin Junkie 91. What are you in an Airbus? Well, I have your livery, it looks like. Cool livery. Is that Air Baltic? Oh, you landed already, Brian? Nice. Strong crosswind along the runway. All right, there are two. So we have our top of descent coming up, so hopefully they give us an approach soon. Okay, so our two approaches here, we have visuals. There's an NDB approach, A, so I think that means it's a circling approach. And then RNAV 08 and 26, LNAV plus V. So LNAV gives us, it's lateral navigation, so it's kind of like using a VOR approach, like it's not super precise. And then the plus V is something we get in the NXI. It'll give us like an advisory glide path, basically. So it'll feel like kind of like basically like a fake ILS in a way. Not as precise, but it'll help us get down when we're on final approach. Someone needs to make a bobblehead mod. Oh, Elite Dangerous. Yeah, I've only probably put like 20 or 30 hours into Elite, but I had a good time. I was really, like, I just felt really chill playing that game. I enjoy it. I'm mostly in Flight Sim, of course, but yeah, Elite is pretty great. I also played it in VR a little bit, and I thought it was incredible. It runs really, really well, too. It's a good time. Whoa, my frames. Oh, they're back. I was loading something. That's me taking a screenshot, which is why it froze the screen for a second. That's funny, our new tail number on this on-air rented plane almost ends with UPS. 208 Uniform Papa. Oh, VNAV's still armed. Yeah, thanks. It's about to start our descent, too. Thanks. I actually may need to use it.
UPS 2.
Oh, there we go.
Heading correction to 080 to Charlie Alpha, and then as filed.
All right, 080.
Charlie Alpha. Continue on navigation. UPS 22.
What does he mean, then as filed? Maybe we can descend. I mean, I feel like we should start the descent. You know, I'm just going to use VNAV and descend. No, I really want to do another flight, but I should stop. I don't need to do another 7-hour thing again. Oh, man. Hey, Phil. Yeah, I should be done, because, you know, I'll probably stream tomorrow or Sunday as well. All right, let's arm VNAV. Maybe they'll yell at us for doing this, but yeah, this may be the last of using this ATC as well, because it doesn't seem to descend to start our descent soon enough. So I'm going to start doing that now.
UPS 2, heading correction to 090 to Charlie Alpha, and then as filed.
090.
Heading 090 for Charlie Alpha. Continue on navigation. UPS 22.
All right, 090, then as filed. So they're vectoring us to go to the NDB that was in the Simbrief flight plan, but I don't think that's a great idea. All right, let me pull back on my throttle here. I mean, once you set your throttle, I like vertical speed because once I set my throttle, generally it's not going to waver too much. But if you are trying to maximize your speed, then yeah, I can understand. Like if you want to keep it right near the red line, keep your speed as high as possible to save some time, then I get it. And look, VNAV has us going at 1,300 feet per minute anyway, so it's not exactly giving us like that 1,000-foot nice to your humans rule.
Heading 090 for Charlie Alpha. Continue on navigation. UPS 22.
So I think the problem with this is
UPS 22.
it's expecting us to go all the way to that waypoint in the flight plan.
Request descent UPS 22.
I'm going to do request descent here.
Heading correction to 090 to Charlie Alpha, and then as filed.
Heading 090 for Charlie Alpha. Continue
I'm
on
trying to
navigation.
ask it
22.
to initialize the descent.
Request descent UPS 22.
UPS 22, climb and maintain 15000.
Climb and maintain.
Climb and maintain 8,000 UPS 22.
Alright, they're letting us go down to 8,000.
UPS 22, contact approach control on 123.0.
1230 for approach.
123.0 UPS 22.
Alright, 1230. Let's check for icing while we're going down here. Looking good so far. Alright, let's contact approach.
UPS 22, passing 2000 for 8,000.
UPS 22, expect NDB. Alpha
oh no.
1126, transition
NDB, no.
3000, altimeter 29.74.
2974, descend to 3,000. Expect NDB, runway 26.
Transition CA, descending to 3,000, altimeter 29.74, UPS 22.
Okay, let's look up the NDB. I have never done an NDB approach.
Correction to 095 to Charlie Alpha, and then as filed.
Heading 095 for Charlie Alpha. Continue on navigation, UPS 22.
Alright, 095 to Charlie Alpha. Let's go to procedures, select approach, NDB Alpha, so I believe it'll be circling, and then Charlie Alpha is where they want us to go. So I'm actually just going to go down here and activate it because they keep vectoring us to go to Charlie Alpha. So I'm going to turn that on, and then, yeah, they said direct Charlie Alpha, transition Charlie Alpha, descend to 3,000. And they're vectoring us towards Charlie Alpha already, so I'm just going to activate it here. And all that activating an approach does is it's the same thing as choosing the first waypoint in the approach and hitting direct enter. That's all it does. It doesn't do anything besides that. All right, and then it says there's a procedure turn. Well, what's awesome is that even though I'm scared about an NDB, I am in the very, very capable hands of the working title NXI. So let's look at what it's got for us. It's got a procedure turn right here already set up for us to go outbound and then turn inbound direct to the NDB using GPS. So, yeah, maybe that's kind of cheating. We also have a top of descent here. So the VNAV is a little different now. The VNAV is telling us to go to 1800. They cleared us down to 1300. Yeah, 1800 here. So what I'm going to do is go down to this and hit VNAV direct just to make sure it recalculates. Actually, I don't think I need to do this. Yeah, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do VNAV direct, so it's going to just recalculate it and start a new VNAV profile, basically, to start right now and then bring us down precisely to 1800 feet when we get to Charlie Alpha, which is the NDB. So it's just going to recalculate it based on starting the descent right now instead of starting it a little bit ahead of us because we were already in a descent. I'm just basically recalculating it. And I'm leaving the altitude at 300 for now just because that's what ATC gave us permission for. They said descend to 3,000, so they'll probably come back and tell us 1,800. But let's check the procedure. It is possible that during the procedure turn, that generally those give us a range of altitudes to fly. So it'll tell us like between 3,000 and 1,800. So we may actually need to do the descent during the procedure turn. So we'll just see what it says here on Navigraph. So actually I can just choose destination approach, NDB alpha, Charlie alpha transition. And then now that that's set up there, I can click up here and hit overlay. All right, now we can just zoom in. So this is the route this is the way we're coming from. Where is our plane? Oh, whoops, it's turned off. There we go. All right, yeah, we're coming from this way. We're gonna cross Charlie Alpha right here, go outbound. So you can see the NXI and and Navigraph have this drawn procedure turn. The procedure turn just needs to be done on the west side, like to the northwest. So you turn outbound on a 002 course, then inbound on a 182, and then intercept that final approach course at 227. So then here's our NDB 281. So I'm going to set that up down here. NDB, hit the ADF button. ADF is automatic direction finder. That is the instrument that points you to the NDB. So let's change this frequency here. So it's 281.
UPS 22, descend to 2,000.
All right, descend to 2,000. Let's update that and respond.
2,000, UPS 22.
We're already descending, so all I do is change the selected altitude right here to 2,000. And the wind's pushing us around a bit, so I'm pulling back on my throttle quite a bit to tame this from happening a little bit. It's getting a little crazy. Okay, so we have 281 in. So right here, I already did this earlier, but if you go to PFD options and hit bearing a few times, you can rotate or you can cycle through the bearing options and go to ADF. So now this teal needle is pointing towards, or I can turn them both on if I want. These teal colored needles are pointing directly at the beacon. So it just always points at the beacon, and what it tells us is our bearing to the beacon. So our course or bearing of 106 will take us directly to the beacon, and that's actually exactly what is happening right now. We're on a 106, heading at 106 desired track, and our actual track should be the same. Yeah, here's our bearing 106. So it's exactly what it's doing, taking us directly over the NDB. We'll turn outbound on a 047 course, which is written right here. Then we do our procedure turn, so we just do a reversal. So that's a left-hand turn. This little depiction right here is showing us exactly which side to do it on. So in this case, we turn to the left first, and then back inbound on a 182. And then generally these are like 1 minute timed legs here. I don't think it says anything else, so I think the standard is 1 minute. I've actually never done one of these, but and then here the 10 nautical miles is telling us that we need to do our reversal and within 10 nautical miles of the beacon. But it is showing here that you do not go below 1,800 during the reversal. So this flattens out to say like you do the reversal first. Oh, actually here, I'm actually less familiar with the Jeppesen charts. But here it looks like it's telling us that we need to descend to 1,300 on, this is going to be our inbound course, I think, not during the reversal. Yeah, okay. 227 is the inbound course. So yeah, during the reversal, we stay at 1,800. Once we're established inbound on a 227 course, we descend to 1,300 feet. And we also saw that 1,300 down here in the procedure. So see how it's going from 18 to 13? So I can get ahead of that a little bit by turning this to 13, but not until they tell me I can go down. Hey, Mole, thanks. Yeah, standard's 1 minute. Yeah, 1 minute legs. So you would make the turn outbound, standard rate turn, and then time for 1 minute, and then a standard rate turn on the way back, and then time on the way inbound. You're the ending of your leg inbound is of course to turn and intercept the final approach course, but on the outbound leg you're going to time 1 minute and then do a standard rate turn. And one thing that sucks about the G1000 is your standard rate turn indicator is very, very hard to see. See these little tick marks right here? These little white tick marks. These are your standard rate turn indicators. So a little magenta line is going to come out from the left and right here. The autopilot will take a turn at standard rate automatically. So if you're flying this with autopilot, it's just going to do the work for you. When you make that right-hand turn using your heading knob, if you were not doing it in the G1000, like, you know, it's going to do it for us in the G1000. But, you know, semi-automatically, you could use the heading knob to do the turn with an autopilot. If it's not going to do the procedure turn for you, that'll make a standard rate turn. Or if you're hand flying it, you would look at that to know when you're doing a standard rate turn. The inner tick is a half standard turn, so it'll be a much slower turn. And then if there's a little magenta arrow showing on the edge, like where this little white line is, that means you're exceeding the standard rate. All right. It's just impossible to see that. Like, it's so hard to see that. On like a typical turn coordinator instrument, like one where it shows the fake little plane with the wings, that has little dashes as well. So the wing tips would actually touch a little dash and another dash to show you half in standard rate turn. But in this plane, we don't have one of those. We have the arguably not as good digital equivalent of it, but we also have the NXI, so it's just badass. So we're just gonna rely on that. Mole says you want the inbound leg to be the one that equals a minute. Oh, right. By adjusting, yeah, your outbound leg to make the inbound leg 1 minute. Right, so yeah, that's a little more, that's beyond my knowledge for sure. So yeah, you're saying basically your outbound leg, you need to make adjustments because of wind, right? So let's see, your inbound leg may take shorter amount of time or a longer amount of time because the wind is going to basically be the opposite from your outbound leg to your inbound leg. So you may need your outbound leg to be shorter or longer than the inbound leg to make up for it because of those winds, but I don't know how to calculate that myself. That's some advanced stuff. That's beyond me. Oh, that might only be in a holding. We just busted our... Look at this. We're lower than we should be. I don't know what's going on. We are under 2,000 feet. I was like, we're getting pretty low. It did not capture our selected altitude here. That was weird. All right, I'm climbing back up to 2,000 feet. I think we just found maybe an NXI bug right there. It busted our selected altitude. So yeah, if I was doing the timing thing, I would bring up my timer here to get ready for that. Okay, 1,800. It busted through 1,800 as well. Oh, no, we're at 2,000, sorry. Not at 1,800 yet. We're not even heading outbound yet, so the airport is behind us. Now, this is a gravel runway, 4,000 feet long, so the airport is off our right wing somewhere over this direction. It looks like it might be right there. Maybe right there? It's hard to tell. No, that's probably not it. Oh, is it right in front of me? It's right here. There we go. There's a plane on the ground right there. Okay, it's this long gravel strip right there. I'm blind.
210 knots.
All right, reduce speed to 210 knots. We don't have to worry about that because we're not that fast. He should know that because he knows what class of plane we're flying. Kit, prepare to copy FAA phone number for possible pilot deviation. Yeah. Yep, that's true. All right, starting the outbound leg right now. So it's going outbound from the airport, so it's turning at the NDB and following a specific course. So if we were using the NDB, we would be flying based off our bearing to the station. So it's showing here our outbound course is 047. So what we want the NBD to show is the reciprocal of that, which is also shown here, 227. So after we finish this turn and we're established, this pink number right here should read 227. Because when we're heading outbound, the station will be at a 227 course or bearing from us. You know, we're heading the opposite direction. Oh, it actually started our... Is it starting our procedure turn? It is, yeah. So it already started our procedure turn. But what we could have done is we just have to do this turn within 10 miles. So we could have flown outbound first, waited until the NDB bearing read 227 to make sure we were perfectly on this line right here, and then turn left and start our procedure turn. The NXI gets things done quickly, I guess, so it's starting the procedure turn already for us. And we need to descend down to 1800 by the time we finish this. So this is one scenario where you cannot use LNAV, or sorry, VNAV to do the descent.
002D intersection. Turn right heading 035.
Clear D 002D intersection. Right turn to heading 035.
Actually, I don't know what the
UPS
D002D intersection is, but they're giving us vectors right now to finish this. Pull back on my throttle a little bit. So this is one point. If you're doing a course reversal procedure with the NXI, you cannot use VNAV to do a descent in a reversal. So in a procedure turn or hold in lieu of procedure turn, you have to use vertical speed mode or hand fly it down to that altitude. So that's why I use vertical speed mode to get down to 1800. And then remember, once we turn around down here based on this profile view, we need to get down to 1300. And 1300 is our MDA. Is that our MDA? No, wait, our MDA is after that. MDA is 840. So we're gonna get to 1300 until we cross over the NDB. Then we're gonna be able to descend down all the way to 840 after that. But 1300 is our next altitude. So now that we're in altitude hold mode, I'll go down to 1300 on the selected altitude. I mean, this is enough work even with the NXI's help. Like, it'll be even crazier to do this without the autopilot and the NXI, like, working flawlessly. Okay, and then over here, so that next descent, to descend down to 1300, this is where the top of descent is. But it is kind of, I'm not sure if we can use VNAV for this part. We will be on the inbound course, so I think we can. I'm not sure. Can I do VNAV? It looks like we can. But during the turn itself, you need to use vertical speed mode. I'm just going to use vertical speed mode because as soon as we complete the turn, we can start the descent. I don't really want to wait to start the descent. I want to get down so I can check another thing off my list. So we're going to do this descent right here. We're on a 227 course, and we can see that's, 227 is everywhere right now. It's our current bearing, it's our desired bearing based on GPS, and it's our bearing based on the ADF on the beacon right here. So quadruple checked, we're good. I'm starting to slow down a little bit too. So we're gonna go down to 1300 feet. And then once we cross over the NDB, we can go down to 840. I see lights right there. We're almost down to 1300 feet. And we're about to cross.
UPS 22.
So I'm going to take this down to 8.
Maintain heading of 015.
Heading 015.
Oh no, we need to make a left and then a right, don't we? 015. Wait, they want us to go backwards. I think we're supposed to stop and circle the land right here, aren't we? Is there a runway in front of us? Wait, what is going on here? I think, I don't know what I'm doing. So, I'm just going to keep flying straight now because we are obviously not landing. So that came in way sooner than I thought it would. So, yeah, that was a bad idea. Okay, I'm going to blame the NXI and myself here.
UPS 22, turn to heading 025.
All right, I'm going to go back outbound and do this again.
Heading 025, UPS 22.
All right, I'm gonna have to redo this. So this is the problem with the procedure turn happening that soon. I had no time to line up. This is an NDB alpha approach, so we need to circle to land at that runway, which just means like manually line up with it. On that one, it would be like a straight in. Right, so there's MA227. I'm gonna have to go back up to 1800.
Establish and maintain heading of 030.
I'm gonna go back up to 1800 feet. All right, heading 030.
UPS 22.
Right, it's a circle to land, so Man, I'm sweating. All right, somebody, look, these guys are landing. They knew what's up. So doing the procedure turn that close to the beacon, that's that close to the runway, is just, it gave me no time to set up for the actual runway. All right, so I'm going to reload this approach, but I'm going to hand fly it this time because I do not want it to make that quick of a procedure turn. Camera crews are ready for the landing. Dude, it's like every one of these, like lately as a go around, I'm just failing left and right. It's interesting how it turns you this direction. Yeah, I just want to do the procedure turn further out. All right, so it's starting this. I'm going to suspend it. I'm going to switch to heading mode in a second here. Because I wanted to fly outbound on a specific heading without doing the procedure turn just yet. All right, so I'm switching to heading mode, and I'm going to manually choose the course here. So I don't want to start the procedure turn yet. And we want it to have a 227 bearing to the station. So we're at 228 right now. Yep, okay, so I'm going to turn to the right now. So we can see the needle right here, so I want to fly away from the needle, just where the blue is. And we have a 15 knot crosswind from the right, so I'm going to have to turn a little bit left of that to stay on the track. All right, 228 right now. So I'll bring a little more left. If the NDB is off the field, you want to time out for 2 minutes before the procedure turn. That's good to know. All right, let's start the 2-minute timer. We've gone in about 20 seconds or so far. Yeah, I noticed the NXI started the procedure turn immediately. So that did not give a good time at all. That was not a fun time. And Navigraph, like this chart depicts it out further here as well. I mean, this should have been kind of a big hint to me. Like we were doing it too soon. I mean, look where the runway is. All right, so once we get out 2 minutes, we're gonna do our outbound course, which is 002 and then 182. So it's not going to be perfect. I don't know how to account for the wind perfectly on the procedure turn like Mole's talking about. But I'll just time it like a minute on the way out. We're at 55 seconds so far. And I'm just going to increase our speed a little bit. 1.5 miles from crossing the NDB to the missed approach point. Yep, yeah, that's what it is showing right here. Yeah, I didn't review this nearly enough. But yeah, I was more concerned with like getting to the right altitudes. But yeah, basically once we get, well, the missed approach point is over here, but from the beacon itself, it's telling us to not descend until we cross the beacon. So we have to go from 1300, we have to lose 500 feet to get to our MDA. Yeah, this is fun. Chris buttered it. Awesome. Nice, Chris. All right, we are at, okay, that's about 2 minutes. All right, so I'm gonna go outbound 002. I have to look at the winds.
UPS 22. Clear direct.
We have a wind from the left, so I'm gonna just do a couple more.
Turn right, heading 055.
Turn right 055? Oh no, not yet. I'm going to reply, but we're not going to do that yet.
Intersection. Right turn to heading 055, UPS 22.
Alright, and then after we make the turn, we need to descend to 1300, so I'm going to set that up. Whoops, I didn't start the timer. Probably about 10 seconds on the timer. Perandis nailed it. Awesome. As long as I say 10 miles. Oh yeah, we are 8 miles away. All right, and then we're going to descend to 1300.
UPS 22, cleared to intercept tower. Frequency is 120.0.
Final approach speed. Tower 120.0. UPS 22.
All right, 1200. All right, that's 40 seconds. I'm going to turn when it's 50 because we were around there. And I'm going to start slowing down a little bit just because we don't have a ton of distance. We're at 9.3 miles, so we don't want to be more than 10. All right, so I'm going to start the turn now. We're going to go to 182. And then after that, 227. And I need to start our descent after we make this turn. And I can actually arm navigation mode once we're around this turn. All right, 1,300 feet. I'm going to arm nav mode and then go down to 1,300 feet. It's our outside air temperature 3, keeping pitot heat on. Timer. Oh yeah, well I'm just gonna intercept the course, right? So I'm cheating with GPS here, I guess. All right, and then after 1,300 feet, we need to go down to MDA 840. Yeah, we're 8.6 miles away from the beacon. All right, we're down to 1,300. Now we can't start our descent until we get to the beacon. So we're 8 miles away from the beacon. I'm giving myself a ton of leeway here. All right, inbound course. Yeah, we want 227. Okay, it's now established on 227. Thank you, GPS. All right, we're still 7 miles out. So yeah, we have to stay at 1,300 until the beacon, and then mattering our ground speed, that's how long we have. So I'm down to 100 now. Ground speed is 118. So that puts us at 45 seconds. From missed approach to from the NDB to the missed approach point, so that is not much time. And I need to talk to the tower.
UPS 22 on final runway 26.
UPS 22, slow 2, final approach speed. Altimeter 29.76. Clear to land runway 26.
All right, clear to land 2976 on
Altimeter 29.76. Clear to land runway 26. UPS 22.
Oh, timer when crossing the NDB. Oh, because that's how we know when we get to the missed approach point without GPS. Got it. All right, and then we'll be able to go down to 840 once we cross it. So we are 5 miles away. This down to 900. All right, I'm getting 1 notch of flaps out. Oh man, there goes the Airbus. Or is that a Boeing? That's a Boeing, isn't it? All right, and the runway lights are right there. All right, adding some power. We are really slow right now. 3.9 miles from the NDB. So I guess I just, yeah, I make my turn whenever I want, right? Or do I have, I don't have to wait. The NDB is just there for my altitude restriction at 1300. Yeah, the A320 landing should be great. Wait, is it showing runway? No, it's still showing the NDB, okay. I mean, I assume at this point I should be lining up for the runway. I just need to maintain 1300 feet. Still at 1300 feet here. Expeditious descent for non-precision, 600 to 800 feet per minute. All right, still 1.7 miles until the NDB. So we shouldn't even be descending under 1300 yet, according to the procedure, which is crazy. I mean, how fast do I have to drop? Like, it's, I don't know, it seems pretty crazy. This, the haziness isn't helping either. And also, like, the NDB is probably to my left or something. I don't know, the NDB is to our right. I don't know. I just want to make the runway at this point. I don't think I'm technically doing this the right way, but I want to line up for the runway. What's weird is the NDB is to our right, I think. So I'm not sure. Oh, you have to cross the NDB first. Yeah, I think I'm kind of missing where the NDB is. I thought it's to our right over here is right where the NDB is. Because it started our procedure turn like right there. Alright, I see one red light on the Vazzy. Oh, there's a bunch of trees there too. Let's add a little power. I'm a little low. Good thing it's a 4,000 foot runway. Oh my god, he landed the Airbus or whatever, the 747. Oh man, everybody beat me again. You guys are just crushing it. I'm just, dude, the NDB approach is scary. I don't even think I crossed over the NDB, so I think technically that was the wrong way to fly it, but yeah, that was the first, so. Man, it looks like everybody else made it look like cake. That is really cool. What a cool airport too. This place is great. Yeah, flying right over it for this approach seems so challenging. I kind of want to find, yeah, I'm going to look at where it is on the G1000 again. Just because I'm curious. Like where I was supposed to fly. Hey, William. It's in the bottom right corner of the screen. This is, let me put on my parking brake. The airport code is CYWK. So we're east of, what was the name of the place we left? Goose Bay, I think, on the east side of Newfoundland. So we're, yeah, we're like as east as we can get before we cross over to Greenland. And that was pretty fun though. Man, NDB approaches are not something I've done, so that is, yeah, that was a little scary. That was challenging, and I'm sure I didn't do it right, so now I want to like figure it out. The approach didn't show up in your G1000. Oh, right. So, especially because we're in Canada, a lot of the approach data and stuff is much more updated in the United States. I'm using the Navigraph supplemental data, basically. So it replaces the database with more up-to-date approaches and fixes and things like that. It's another unfortunate... people on Xbox, unfortunately, can't do that either. But you could look up the real-world info. You just won't get it in your avionics, unfortunately. There were 2 Airbuses. Did you both actually pick the Air Baltic? Is this just a coincidence? I'm just curious if you guys actually chose this livery or if it's replacing it intentionally. You have to nail it right over it, then turn and descend to the final course. Got you. Even in the NXI, yeah. So the simulator has its own master database in the simulator itself. All of the avionics use the same navigation database. So no matter what avionics you use, it's the same data they have access to. Big Mac says he has... Oh, the default... Oh, Phoenix, I see. So for some reason it put on like an Air Baltic one. It probably just replaced it with a random livery I have as part of the Aerosoft simple traffic that I use. So it's just like a livery pack, basically. And this area is really cool, though. I mean, what a cool runway. I'm glad. I'm kind of glad we picked this one over. I don't know. The dirt runway might have been cool, but definitely would have been more of a challenge for the Airbus, probably. Made it look so cool. So let me look at the map really quickly. I'm just curious. Yeah, I'm gonna be done after this, guys. It's been... How many hours has it been now? 4 hours and 51 minutes, so... Yeah, I'm gonna have to call it and eat some food, but... yeah, so... Oh, okay, the NDB was out here. So, I think what I did was, yeah, on the way in, I just got a little scared about lining up for the runway, so I turned out this direction. I think pretty much all of us did. We, like, went over here and just kind of cut it short. So, technically, we were supposed to fly over this point and then turn out and in. Like this. So I should have been like very slow here. I should have been, you know, at my final approach speed with full flaps out, come here and then just dive and turn left and then right and line up with the runway. So that would have been the right way to do it, I guess. And then of course my timing needed some work, but man, what a cool airport. This is awesome. I knew they were going to pick the NDB. Like, what? Of course it's the NDB. Oh, should I contact ground or not? I guess one more goodbye to the ATC. It was a little weird with the ATC too. Like they kept giving me vectors over and over again. I want to love these programs, but I run into weird stuff with them. Like they didn't even tell us to descend in time again, so it's a little bit weird.
UPS 22 is cleared off the runway. Request taxi for parking.
No response. Oh, sorry, ground is one. What did I put in? 1190. I was on. I think I said that to tower, maybe.
Ground UPS 22 is cleared off the
Yeah, it's a
runway.
little wonky.
Request
It's nice that they can give you departure procedures,
Taxi via
but
Terminal 1, parking position 1.
I think with some
Terminal 1,
improvements,
parking position
Microsoft
1,
Flight Sim
UPS
ATC could be
22.
really good. If they put the work into it that they put into, like with the working title team on the NXI, it's just a matter of time until it's better, I think. So, whew, sweet, that was a lot. All right, well, we all did our first NDB approach. Well, probably not the first for you guys, but the first for me. Mole, I appreciate all the tips on the NDB. That's yeah, that's complicated. It's really cool though. Like, and I can't imagine hand flying one of those. We'll sort of need you to fly the final on the NDB course. Yeah. No problem, Dave. Yeah, thanks for joining. Thanks everybody for joining again. This was fun. Yeah, I'm gonna stream again this weekend. I don't know if it'll be tomorrow or the next day. Probably tomorrow afternoon sometime. A little bit earlier than I started tonight. But we'll see when I wake up tomorrow. It's just a little random. You skipped it and went RNAV. Yeah, RNAV would have been much easier. And with the vertical guidance on the G1000 too, that'll be cool. All right, guys. Good game. It's been fun. I'll hopefully see you guys tomorrow. And yeah, have a good rest of your day or night. Thanks, Logan. Thanks for coming back. And it's good to see you, Logan. Get some food. Go to sleep. Yep, sounds good. All right, Smoke. Take it easy. Thanks, everybody, for joining. Good stuff. And Mike, as usual, thanks for hanging out, man. And yeah, if you guys want to hop on Discord, I know you guys want to start the virtual airline and OnAir Company. So yeah, we should make that happen. I could just transfer my plane to like whatever. We can change anytime. So I think, yeah, maybe we could do, I don't know what you guys think, like couch captains. I don't know that I want to call it like on the ground or something, but we need a 4-letter code for the company. How do you spell couch with 4 letters? All right, that's to be discussed on Discord. All right, everybody, take care. See you this weekend, tomorrow or the next day. Maybe both, we'll see. On Stratus. All right, let's chat about it on Discord. I'm totally down. I'll look up how to make a livery and I'll put the couch captain emoji on it. All right, cheers. See you guys. It's so pretty. Look at it.